Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honour. Could I just have noted for the record, first in terms of appearances, Emily Clark is absent today, but I understand on the video link she's replaced by Emma Lewis.
Thank you.
And Gail Finesse, Senior Counsel, is appearing today also via video link.
I see. Thank you very much.
Your Honour, we were partway through the evidence of Dr. Kakut.
Yes.
Before proceeding with his evidence, there is a matter for tender, and that is the statement of Dr. Anita Sharma, dated the 27th of July.
Yes.
It has a number of annexures. All the parties, as I understand it, have received a copy of that statement and seek to tender it.
All right, very well. Let me just check with the legal representatives. Ms. Lewis on the remote connection, do you have any objection to the tender of Dr. Sharma's statement?
I'm actually in person.
Oh, I see. My apologies.
And no objections.
Thank you very much. Mr. Palfrey, do you have any objections to the tender of that statement?
No, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms. Furness, any objections to the tender of that statement?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Fordham, any objection?
No, Your Honour.
Thank you. And Ms. Richardson, any objection?
No, Your Honour.
All right. Well, in that case then, thank you. The statement of Dr. Sharma will be Exhibit 4.
Your Honour, Dr. Kakut is back in the witness box. Does he need to be sworn again, or...?
No, but I'll just, Dr. Kakut, when you started your evidence on Friday, you took an oath or an affirmation promising to tell the truth.
Yeah.
You understand that you're still bound by that oath or affirmation?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Kakut, on Friday we were partway through having you outline for us, firstly, your experience generally and then also specifically in relation to caring for COVID-positive residents. I do want to go to each of the clinical records to get some assistance from you in terms of how we can interpret those records. But before I do, can I just clarify one thing? Is it your evidence that you attended Newmarch House once the outbreak was declared on the 11th of April? Is it your evidence that you attended in person at Newmarch House every weekday?
Yeah.
Did you attend on weekends, or were you available via phone or in an on-call basis?
Available on phone.
On phone?
Almost all the weekends, but some days Dr. Sharma will be available.
If you could just speak up for my benefit. Did you say that you were...
Most of the weekends I was on call, but some days Dr. Sharma will take on call.
And in terms of the on-call calls on the weekend, do you have any express memory of attending in person after receiving an on-call call?
I don't have any specific memory about that.
I think you also gave evidence on Friday that it was a short distance between Nepean Hospital and Newmarch House. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And the day started for you by way of a meeting with the other VAX team members at Nepean Hospital, is that correct?
Yeah.
And that meeting was generally, was it 8 or 8:30 a.m.?
8:30.
8:30 a.m. And can I ask, Dr. Kakut, in your mind, what did you understand your role to be in relation to the care of the COVID-positive residents at Newmarch House?
I work under Dr. Sharma, and I have to work with her. So I will see the patients and get the details. If anything need to do urgent, I will order for that, and I will return to Dr. Sharma about this. What happened?
And did you have an understanding at the commencement of the outbreak that you had any physical support by way of general practitioners being on site at Newmarch in relation to the care of COVID-positive residents?
COVID-positive residents, the GPs, I'm not sure, but I think they were not coming to the Newmarch house. But there was some meeting within the GPs, and Dr. Manoj was there.
And do you say Dr. Manoj was there at the commencement of the outbreak or at some later stage, in terms of your understanding?
I don't remember actually.
In terms of at the commencement of the outbreak, who did you understand to be the lead clinician in relation to the management of the COVID-19 residents?
In the commencement, I think Dr. Brandley was the one.
And was that your understanding throughout the outbreak, or did your understanding change in relation to who you believe to be the lead clinician?
In the beginning, it was Dr. Brandley, but I was attending Dr. Sharma. So I relay my findings and details to Dr. Sharma, but I'm not sure what happened later.
Did you have an understanding at all at the commencement of the outbreak that the service, the hospital in the home service, that the patients, the residents were being admitted under the hospital in the home?
They were admitted under the hospital in the home.
You had that understanding?
I think so, yeah.
And what did that mean to you? What did you understand in terms of the clinical care and management of the patients that that situation then led to?
What do you mean?
You say you had an understanding or belief that they were admitted under the hospital in the home?
Yes.
What did you understand the role of the hospital in the home to be in terms of patient care management?
Right. Hospital in the home is a part of the hospital, and they manage the patients in the community. And they can provide support like IV fluids, IV antibiotics, and nursing staff. And that sort of support they can provide at home or nursing home, whatever.
Had you previously, prior to the outbreak, had you worked alongside hospital in the home in the care of individual patients?
Right. Sometimes I get involved with them, like a patient at home. They are on IV antibiotics and they have some other problems. So I will go there and manage that. And sometimes there may be a problem with coagulation profiles and things. So I need to go there and correct it. Then I'm not sure whether they are under hospital in the home or not, but there was patients in the nursing homes, they are on antibiotics.
Prior to the outbreak?
Yeah.
So at the commencement of the outbreak, what did you understand the role of hospital in the home to be as compared to your role?
Right. Hospital in the home, they have more manual support. That means nursing staff, consultants, registrars, and they are looking after all the infectious patients.
Did you believe they were looking after the COVID positive patients?
COVID positive patient, this is first time we are facing. So I don't know about the previous condition. I think there was no previous patients in the nursing home.
No, but so from the commencement of the outbreak and your involvement, when you first attended at Newmarch, did you have an understanding at all as to what the role of the hospital in the home clinicians was to the care of the patients as compared to what your role was in relation to the care of the patients?
There is no division of care.
And what does that mean in terms of the practical management of the patients?
Practical management of the patients, all we can do at that time for COVID, we need to provide the supportive care.
When you first, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
And if the patient is for intubation, we need to take them to hospital. That was the understanding.
Do you recall having any conversation with any person who identified themselves as a clinician under the hospital in the home team?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you recall having any conversation with any clinician who identified themselves as being part of the hospital in the home team who were managing the COVID positive residents at Newmarch?
Yeah, Dr. Branley, and I discussed with a few nurses as well.
I couldn't hear you, sorry?
Few nurses. I discussed with a few nurses about the patients. I don't remember exactly who are they, but they were from the hospital in the home team.
And do you have a recollection now as to whether those discussions happened in the first period of the outbreak, the first month, or the first 2 to 4 weeks, or whether it was subsequently?
I don't remember, but I think from the first week itself.
In terms of your role, did you have an understanding at all that other than Dr. Sharma, who you would relay matters to, did you have any understanding as to what other specialists were to be involved in the care of the Newmarch COVID positive patients other than Dr. Branley?
Dr. Sharma and Dr. Branley was the first line, persons, and then Dr. Natalie Fox, Dr. Jayanti Kadireshan.
And Dr. Natalie Fox being a geriatrician?
Yep.
And the second doctor, could you just pronounce her name again?
Jayanti Kadireshan.
She was a palliative care specialist,
Yep.
Is that correct? Any other specialists that you were aware of that had involvement, either by way of a direct conversation with you in relation to the care of patients?
I don't think so, no.
Did
And
you?
Manoj was there, GP.
And the GP. Did you ever have a conversation with a respiratory physician at all in relation to the management of a patient, a resident or COVID positive resident?
I don't think so.
And do you recall ever having a conversation with an intensivist at all in relation to the management of one of the COVID positive residents?
I don't think so. Usually Dr. Sharma will discuss with the other specialists.
On Friday, I asked you some questions in relation to the telehealth.
Yeah.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, is it your memory that the telehealth conferences commenced from the start of the outbreak?
I think so.
Is it the case that you would record if a consult was a telehealth conference?
I was not recording. Haley was the one recording it.
Who was, sorry?
Haley Carpen.
Did you have an understanding that if a consult was a telehealth or a video conference, that would be recorded?
Yeah.
If I were to tell you that the clinical records appear to certainly have evidence that there were video conferences from the 24th of April and on a routine basis from the 28th of April, does that at all refresh your memory as to whether or not telehealth conferences were in fact in place between the 11th of April and the 24th of April?
I don't remember exactly.
Is it possible that the telehealth conferences did not start until the 24th of April?
I cannot remember that thing.
Just coming back, I just wanted to clarify with you in terms of your review of a patient or a resident who was COVID positive when you were physically present at Newmarch.
Yeah.
Did you always conduct a physical examination?
When I go to Newmarch, if I see a patient, I will do a physical examination.
And in terms of vital signs, would you always take and record vital signs?
Most of the time, but sometimes the nurses will take it.
Okay. I'd like to, Dr. Kakat, now go to, sorry?
Because the equipment, it need to be special for each room. So.
And what equipment are you referring to?
I mean the stethoscope and blood pressure monitor. So.
And anything else in terms?
Pulse oximeter.
And was that for infection control measures?
Yeah.
Did you ever have a situation where you were informed that there was insufficient equipment?
I think the first day there was no separate system.
Sorry, which day? The first day?
First day, but then they immediately bought the individual stethoscope and things. But if there is no individual stethoscope and blood pressure monitor, we have to wipe it with alcohol. So that was done on the first day.
And do you have a visual memory at all as to that situation with equipment? Was it located in each resident's room, or was it obtained from a central station?
No.
And then moved?
It was kept in each room.
Within each room?
Yeah.
But you say on the first day you believe there may have been an issue?
Yeah.
Do you have any understanding that there were any subsequent issues in relation to equipment?
No, I don't remember.
Doctor, I'd like to now take you to individual patients, the first of which is Raymond Jennings. And if we could have on the screen volume 1, tab 15. Tab 15. Could I just ask you, there were 4 pages there. Could I just ask you to flip through them so you can, well, firstly, do you recognise those records?
Yeah.
What do you recognise them to be?
For one, it is on 17th. 16th, there is one recording by hit team.
I'm sorry, Dr. Kakata, I can't hear you.
16th, there is one recording by hit team.
Yes, that's hospital in the home.
Yep.
Do you recognise these as the clinical records made at Nepean Hospital and belonging to the Nepean Hospital?
Yep.
And do you recognise...
That's 2 concepts in one question, making them there and belonging are 2 different.
I'll rephrase that. Is this the record-keeping system you used at Nepean Hospital?
Yep.
And did you have access? If you look at those 4 pages, if you went into the patient name Raymond Jennings, so these are clinical records that you had access to?
Yep.
So you've made mention as to the 16th of April and the Heath Hospital in the Home clinical record.
Yep.
Do you see there it's recorded by under progress notes? It states Hospital in the Home, JMO Bolton, and then as per Hospital in the Home, Reg El Jamali. You have that on page 1?
Page 1, yeah.
Did you ever have cause to have a conversation with any member of the Hospital in the Home team any junior member, namely in particular Registrar El Jamali?
I don't remember.
Do you recall seeing him at the hospital, or was he ever in any of the meetings that VACS had where patients were discussed?
I don't know where I saw him, but he was a registrar working in our hospital, so usually I will meet him in the corridor or somewhere. I know him that way, but I am not particularly remember this thing.
In terms of the exchange of information between yourself as a member of the VACS team and the hospital in the home team, was there, other than these progress notes, was there any other form of communication that had been put in place at the commencement of the outbreak?
I don't remember exactly, but if anything needed, usually I will report to Dr. Sharma, and Dr. Sharma will discuss with the hospital in the home, unless it is emergency.
So you don't have any memory of an express line of communication that you adopted?
I don't remember anything.
So turning to page 3, do you see an entry made by you, Dr. Kakat?
Yep.
And the date is the 17th of April and the time is 5:35 p.m. Was it your usual practice? I think you told us on Friday that you would spend the day at Newmarch and then return to Nepean Hospital. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you would return to write up your clinical notes. Was that the purpose of the return, or was there some other purpose?
It's not the purpose. That is my office. My office in Nepean Hospital. Yeah. So I will go from there to my office. So most of the time I will write the notes, but sometimes I will not. Then I will call Dr. Sharma and tell him.
So if you could just read to yourself, to remind yourself of your entry on the 17th of April, it goes over the page.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So looking at the first series of entries there, the second line, 93-year-old male, not for transfer to hospital, and then it has with and COVID positive. In terms of the not for transfer to hospital, I'd ask you to assume that Raymond Jennings had on his file at Newmarch House an advanced care plan, which had the box ticked, I do not wish to be transferred to hospital except to maintain comfort. I prefer to remain in my place of residence following a palliative care plan, the priority being my comfort. And that was a advanced care plan dated the 27th of August 2018. Is it fair to say that you don't now have an express memory, or do you have a memory of reviewing the advanced care plan?
I don't remember. I don't remember anything.
When you recorded not for transfer to hospital, can you say now what you would have relied upon to make that entry?
I think usually I will look for the plan or the advanced care directive.
And how did you, Dr. Kakat, interpret the words, I do not wish to be transferred to hospital except to maintain comfort? What did that mean to you?
If we can offer something to comfort her, like the patient had a fracture, right? She's in pain. So if the fracture is fixable, then they need to go to hospital. That can reduce her pain.
And in the category of non-fixable, so for example, in a virus, or this virus, what was your thinking, or how did you interpret the words, except
this virus at that time, with this much comorbidities, so I think the better decision is to keep her comfortable in the nursing home.
And was that your clinical opinion?
My clinical opinion, yeah.
And why did you think that was best? To keep her in the, to keep a patient in the nursing home?
What you
I object to
expecting
this.
in the hospital?
Dr. Carr, just wait one moment, please.
There's a note, I don't want to go into too much detail, an earlier note within the records dealing with this particular subject, which my friend hasn't taken the doctor to, which goes into some detail. It's the 16th of the 4th, and the entries made by Dr. Manoj, who I think is coming to give evidence at some point. And it's there's reference also to this witness in there. I'm trying to be obtuse.
I'm happy for Dr. Kakat. If you go to the first entry made by the clinician from hospital in the home, can I firstly ask you, did you read the entries made by any clinician attached to the hospital in the home before, when you went into the Nepean progress notes? Was it your usual practice to read the entries made previously?
Yeah, I will read the entry made previously.
So looking at the previous entry of the 16th of April, it commences on page 1.
Sorry, look, I'm going to object. Can the witness leave the courtroom so that I can have this conversation without influencing the...
Yes, all right. Dr. Kakat, I'm just going to have to ask you, if you wouldn't mind, leaving the witness box and waiting outside for a moment, just while I discuss some issues with the lawyers, and we'll let you know when you can return to the witness box. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I should have done this in the first place.
That's all right. Yes.
There's an entry in the Newmarch notes, which is a case conference involving Dr. Manoj, which it appears Dr. Kakat is part of, and a conversation that deals with what's to happen in the event of deterioration. So it reads, "He is to be managed at the nursing home in the event of deterioration. He's not for intubation, CPR or ICU admission. He's to be managed by hospital in the home treatment," and it goes on without contacting the family and other things. So the cross-examination about the doctor forming particular views about what was to occur, I think, would need to reference that.
Can I just indicate this? I'm planning on taking Dr. Kakat to both sets of records. Firstly, his own, namely the Nepean progress notes, and then to the Newmarch house entries, where it appears that he is either involved, has been called, or is present. The question I just asked was in relation to his interpretation of the except to maintain comfort. I'm well aware of what's recorded on the 16th of April by Dr. Manoj, and I don't believe that the questions being asked of Dr. Kakat at the moment are either unfair or designed to trick him. I'm trying to get an understanding as to when he records something, what his understanding is as to why.
Yes, I understand. All right, well, I don't know that you actually asked a question yet, Ms. Martwa, so perhaps we can have Dr. Kakat back in. We can continue. If there is an objection to a specific question, I can deal with that. Thank you. Can we have Dr. Kakat back, please? Thank you for your patience, Doctor. Please have a seat.
Doctor, I've just taken you to the hospital in the home entry.
Yeah.
From the 16th of April.
Yeah.
If you go over to, well, take your time. If you'd like, read as much of it as you like. Once you've finished reading the complete entry, let me know.
Yeah.
In terms of my questions with respect to your entry in the records, not for transfer to hospital, can I firstly ask you, do you have any memory of receiving an updated advanced care plan? I read to you what his 2018 plan indicated. Do you have any memory of receiving an updated plan?
I don't remember anything.
Do you have any memory of being present with Dr. Minaj in a conversation with respect to the updated management plan, advanced care plan?
Right. I don't have any specific memory of this patient. So with Dr. Manoj, I discussed many patients, so I'm not sure about that.
I'm going to take you to that conversation in a moment but I'm trying not to jump between records too much. I'd just like to stay in these records at the moment. Coming back to your entry on commencing on page 3.
Yep.
You've got not for transfer to hospital.
Yep.
The information that's recorded underneath that, can you recall now whether it was your usual practice to obtain that information from the clinical records at Newmarch, or whether your usual practice during the outbreak was to obtain information of that nature from the patient direct or from a next of kin?
We will check the patient records for any advanced care directives and or plan. Then we will check for any updates in that regards. And moreover that, the disease progression or the disease.
Could you just repeat that again? I couldn't.
The disease progression or the disease.
Okay.
Right.
So moving to page 4 the last page of your entry.
Yep.
You've recorded their BP. You see the vitals which are recorded there?
Yep.
Was it your usual practice to record in the Nepean progress notes vitals that you performed or that you and or others performed and you had information of?
I'm not sure about that because sometimes, as I told you before, sometimes we will get the recordings from the nursing staff. Sometimes we will take it directly.
And looking at those vitals, just turning to the last, does T stand for temperature?
Yep.
And it's got a temperature of 28.
20.
It says 28, doesn't it?
39.
I have 28.
There are.
What's the T for at the end? Are you able to, the last T entry?
Yeah. I think it is a respiratory rate.
It's
a respiratory rate. It is not temperature.
And in terms of those vitals, were there any of those vital signs that were of concern to you at all?
She is quite tachycardic.
Sorry?
She's heart rate is high.
Yes.
And temperature is 39. She's febrile.
So if we're looking just at BP is blood pressure of 173/84, and that's where you say she's tachycardic?
No, the pulse rate.
The pulse, 148?
Yeah.
And temperature at 39 is high?
Yeah.
What is the usual temperature or within range temperature?
37.2.
You record under that the crisis medications chartered.
Yeah.
Can you just explain your thinking in relation to that? Was that a practice specifically adopted for the approach to the COVID positive patients, or was it a practice of yours responsive to vitals, or how did it?
No, crisis medications is the palliative care medications, the palliation, right? So it is symptom controls.
Where does the term crisis meds come from?
Crisis medications was the palliative care team, they used the term, but I think it is not used these days.
And in terms of the crisis meds chartered, did you have any discussion with a palliative care specialist before
Yeah.
making a decision to prescribe?
Yeah.
Are you certain of that?
Yeah, palliative care, usually we will get regular updates on palliative medications, and we are attending the talks. So the crisis medication is, I think, fairly commonly known.
But in terms of the decision to prescribe crisis medications for Raymond Jennings, was that did you have a discussion with the palliative care physician before making that decision?
I don't remember exactly.
What was your usual practice? Well, I'll go back a step. Prior to the outbreak at Newmarch House, was it part of your usual practice to prescribe crisis medications to your service to patients in the community?
Yeah.
And prior to the outbreak, would you adopt that usual practice in discussion with a specialist, or you would come to that decision on your own?
We will discuss if the patient is having a plan, and if the disease or the diagnosis is an end term, then we can start that medication. But I think these patients, I think we had the team with palliative care specialist.
Are you able to just have a look at the progress notes, and can you identify anywhere in those progress notes where it indicates that there was a discussion with a palliative care specialist at all prior to the prescribing of the crisis medication?
I can't see any here.
Would this usually, it was the usual practice if such a discussion took place that there would be a record in the Nepean hospital clinical records?
Usually.
Raymond Jennings was the first patient to die at Newmarch. Are you able to say now whether or not a practice had been adopted early on, namely he died on the 18th of April? Are you able to say whether by that stage there was a practice in place where you would have a discussion with a specialist, a palliative care specialist, in relation to the prescribing of crisis medication?
I don't remember actually.
Do you have a memory as to whether the practice changed in relation to how COVID positive residents at Newmarch were to be treated, monitored?
There is no change. Actually, the plan of management was from the beginning, it is same.
And in relation to the prescribing of crisis medications, was it prior to the outbreak, was it your usual practice to have a discussion with family members in relation to a decision made to prescribe crisis medication?
Usually we will discuss with the family.
And do you have any memory of discussing with Raymond Jennings' family the decision to prescribe crisis medication?
I don't remember because usually Dr. Sharma will, I assume Dr. Sharma discussed with the patient or family.
Sorry, Dr. Sharma is...
When I see the patient, if they are critical, I will call Dr. Sharma. So usually she will make the discussions.
And was it her usual practice to then record that discussion?
Yeah.
So these notes don't appear to reflect any conversation with any family member.
That's right.
Am I right that you have no memory of personally having a discussion with the family member?
I don't have any memory.
And you don't have any memory of personally having a discussion with any palliative care specialist prior to the prescribing?
No.
Are you aware, when you became involved in the outbreak, Dr. Kirkut, was there any direction to you in relation to, as part of the protocol for the hospital in the home, that the protocol also adopt the prescribing of crisis medications when a resident was enrolled in the hospital in the home?
Can you repeat the question?
Was there any set protocol to prescribe crisis medications the moment a patient was COVID positive? A Newmarch resident became COVID positive.
No, COVID positive patient, there is nothing particular to the COVID patients. As usual, usually how we will judge the patient and how we will make the decisions.
So turning now to the Newmarch House clinical records, if Dr. Kakut could be shown tab 9.
Tab 9.
I'm not sure if it's in the volume you have, and it's page 104. Dr. Kakut, could you read to yourself the entry alongside Dr. Minaj's name at 12 p.m?
Yeah. Yep.
Does that refresh your memory, Dr. Kakut, as to your presence alongside Dr. Minaj in relation, I think it's Dr. Minaj Dhammaratnam?
Yeah.
Do you believe you were present with the family?
I don't remember exactly.
In terms of, do you see at the bottom, the next of kin, Susie, has a number of questions?
Yeah.
Do you recall a situation such as that arising where this family member had a series of questions, namely, firstly, what are the supportive measures in place at the nursing home?
I don't remember exactly when this discussion occurred.
It's said to have occurred on the 16th of April.
Yeah.
And on Friday, you gave evidence that your memory is that you were at Newmarch House every day from the outbreak, namely from the 11th of April.
Yeah.
The clinical records indicate to us that the medication records indicate to us that on the 17th of April, namely the day following, you hand wrote the script in relation to crisis medication. I'll come to that in a moment. Does that refresh your memory at all as to this conversation?
I don't remember.
Turning to the last sentence, we have explained to Susie the symptoms this illness shows, management forward, and the supportive measures in place in the event of worsening symptoms. Can you just tell us what your thoughts were in the early stage of the outbreak with respect to management forward and supportive care that you were able to provide?
What is the management? At that time, the management is supportive measures, right? And for the period of time, we have to support the patients, not more than that. There is no antivirals, there is no effective antivirals, there is no vaccination. So only supportive measures can be given.
What does
And the mortality was quite high.
what does supportive measures mean in a practical sense?
Supportive measures means if the patient need hydration, we need to give more hydration. If the patient's saturation is low, we need to give we need to give oxygen. And if the patient is in pain, we need to control the pain. If the patient develops something like diarrhea, we need to stop it by medications. If the patient develops vomiting, we need to give antiemetics. If the patient gets agitated, we need to calm her with some medication. If the patient increases the secretions, we need to reduce the secretions.
And in terms of agitation and calming that, what was your understanding as to the best approach?
Right. First, we need to recognize the cause for the agitation. What is the cause? Is it a pain? Is it a restlessness due to some tight dressing? Is it a restlessness due to the catheter or the catheter site pain? Is it due to respiratory trouble, means difficulty in breathing? So we need to find out the cause. If we cannot locate any cause, we need to give something like midazolam or clonazepam.
And did you have any, what was your view in relation to the frequency of observations in order to provide supportive care to this resident here, Raymond Jennings?
I don't remember that time what was the exact time, but at the moment we follow every 4 hourly.
So did you believe from a clinical point of view with respect to, or can I ask you with respect to all the COVID positive residents at Newmarch, did you believe that the clinical indication was for 4 hourly observations?
I object to that. That doesn't come from the last answer.
I'll
That he
rephrase
doesn't
it.
remember at the time. He then gave an answer as to what they do now.
I say,
I'll rephrase it. Dr. Kakat, did you have an opinion with respect to the frequency of the observations in relation to Raymond Jennings? Having reviewed your clinical note at Nepean Hospital, I'll take you to another note here. It's on page 104. It's higher up on the page. It's the entry at 4:05 p.m.
What tab?
Same tab, same page. Do you still have the Newmarch House clinical records? You see, it's 4 lines from the top. It has seen by Vax team. Do you have that point on?
Yeah.
You could just read that to yourself.
Yeah.
Firstly, Doctor, if you go over to the left-hand column, you'll see that that's an entry made by Melinda Burns. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Is that seen by Vax team a reference, are you able to say, is it a reference to the earlier entry that day? Sorry, is it a reference to the consultation that day on the 17th of April?
I object to
I
it.
cannot say that.
Do you?
sorry,
I cannot say that.
I'll rephrase it. Is it a reference to what we see in the Nepean clinical records of your consult on the 17th of April? Did you attend, was it just the one attendance on the 17th of April? One attendance upon Raymond Jennings?
17th of April, maybe one attendance. I'm not sure.
So in terms of your attendance upon him and turning your mind back to your own clinical record at Nepean Hospital, what did you believe was the appropriate frequency of observations for Raymond Jennings based on what you observed on the 17th? Namely, you've told us there were some of his vital signs which were out of range. What was your view as to what was clinically indicated in relation to frequency of observations?
The patient is for the comfort measures. Is it?
Yes.
So
what does that mean? Could you just explain to us what does that mean for comfort measures in terms of?
As I mentioned before, comfort measures means keep the patient comfortable.
So supportive care or not, something different?
No, comfort measures means keep the patient comfortable.
And in your mind, if this patient was for comfort measures, what did you believe was indicated with respect to the frequency of the observations?
It depends. Like some patients on comfort measures may not need any vital signs. May not take any vital signs. Purely comfort measures.
Yes.
So in that case, we will not take the vital signs. That is the end of life care.
Yes, but just in terms of observations, how often?
Observations, vital signs means the observation I'm talking about. So some patients, it depends on variable with patients and patients, the frequency, right? So some patients may not need vital signs at all, like end of life care patients. But some patients need frequent monitoring, like an acute illness with like chest pain. They need continuous monitoring. So all the time the patients are monitored. But some patients need 4 hourly, some patients need 6 hourly. There is no written protocol for that.
You've told us earlier that in terms of supportive measures, for example, agitation and meeting a patient's agitation, they may be given a supportive measure such as midazolam. In order to assess whether a patient is becoming agitated, in particular in the context of end of life, what was your view in relation to the frequency with which one observes the patient to assess whether or not there is some sign which requires a supportive response?
Agitation or other symptoms, when the symptoms are there, we need to take the vital signs.
Yes, right. But how often do you check in effect, Dr. Kakat? What was your view with
now, in this case, if a patient in agitation, we will check when the patient is agitated, if the vital signs are okay. It is not a written thing like every 2 hourly you must check or every 1 hourly you must check. Even if 1 hourly interval, there may be after half an hour the patient may change. That time they need to check it.
So I'm just trying to get clarity. You've just said there's no automatic every 1 hour or no automatic every 2 hours to check.
No. We say that because sometimes we order for 4 hourly check the vital signs. So this is a guideline only. But even if it is 4 hourly check, if the patient deteriorates, no nurses will stay there. Oh, okay, it is 4 hourly, we will stay here. No, it is not like that. If the patient is deteriorating, even after half an hour after the vital signs, they should go and check. If there is no deterioration, they will keep as the recorded.
Do you agree with the general proposition, Dr. Kakat, that in order to assess whether a patient is deteriorating or not, it does require a nurse or a doctor to observe the patient, to see them?
Yeah.
And in terms of your experience with patients in the end of life phase, did you adopt any usual practice with respect to either yourself in terms of when you would observe that patient or directing others to observe that patient?
End of life patients, the approach is to maintain comfortable atmosphere and comfort for the patient. So it doesn't depends on the vital signs. Our focus is to comfort the patient, right?
Yes.
Because it is end of life.
Yes.
So we need to give her or him maximum support to comfort her or him. So in that case, any symptoms occurred, we need to address the symptoms. We need to palliate the symptoms or alleviate the symptoms. That may be medical intervention, that may be other interventions. As I told you before, like pain, we need to find the reason for the pain. Maybe something in the bed can give the pain. Maybe something in the internal structure can give the pain. Whatever reason, if the something in the bed, we can remove that thing from the bed. Or if a tight dress gives the pain, remove the tight dress. So that sort of things we need to attend first. Then only we will go to the medical thing. Medical thing again, it is not a reversible condition. It is a permanent damage already done to the body. So we need to maintain there is no pain. The patient should feel there is no pain.
Yes. And so my question is, Dr. Kakat, did you have a thought process at all in relation to firstly Raymond Jennings as to what period of time you should or nurse should check back in with him with respect to whether he was in comfort or not?
What period of time?
Yes. Whether to check in again how he was travelling after an hour or 2 hours or 4 hours or 6 hours based on your observations when you did see him. Did you have any thought process to what was required here in terms of, in colloquial terms, checking back in with the patient?
Okay. I think there in Newmarch house, every 30 minutes to 1 hour, they will just look at the patient.
And what led to your thinking that every 30 minutes or 1 hour, somebody at Newmarch House, in the context of this outbreak, was going to check back in?
No. I'm not talking about checking the patient. They will run around through the corridor and they will look into the room. So if any patients are in distress, then they will go in or they will call other staff. It doesn't mean that they will go to every hour, they will go to the patients or do that. No, because there will be a nurse or assistant nurse or somebody with the PPE in the corridor. So they will look into the room.
And what is that? Do you have that understanding based on your own observations or based on something you were told?
No, I was there. I was there maybe 3 hours.
And do you say that you observed a nurse or an assistant in nursing opening the door to a resident's room and looking in?
Most of the rooms, the lock is just to do like that, right? So they will just knock it or go there. Some rooms are closed and they will knock it and asking, how are you? So that's it.
So just so that I understand that evidence, is it correct to say that at the start of the outbreak, all the residents were in a room with a door that was closed? Or were the rooms, individual rooms had open doors?
Closed means it is not locked.
Yes, not locked, but closed.
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you say that you observed two things. Sometimes knocking only, is that correct?
Yeah.
And on other
Patient
times,
can answer. If the patient can answer, they will just knock.
did you hear this exchange yourself?
Yeah.
And could you tell us what was the exchange between the nurse or the assistant in nursing? And
Are you okay? Then the patient say yes. But some patients are coughing a lot and they say yes, yes. That's it.
but they're coughing.
Yeah.
And do you say on other occasions you observed a nurse or an assistant in nursing open the door and
Opening and looking at and coming.
and those occasions was the nurse or the assistant in nursing in full PPE?
Yeah. As I mentioned, a nurse will be on PPE and walking in the ward. If they need to enter to the room, each room has separate boxes for duffing and donning. Separate PPE, separate each in front of each room, there is a setup. We can change the things and glove and things. So for each room, the infection control at that time, I think from Nepean Hospital and then later Commonwealth people came for the infection control. So they are there. They are looking at it. So each room has separate PPEs and hand wash there. So to enter that room, we need to remove the PPE and put the new one. And when coming back, we need to remove the old one and put the new one.
And so on the occasions when you saw the nurse or assistant in nursing enter the room to check,
Not enter.
just open the
Just
door.
open.
Yeah, to check. And do I take it, so, did you hear the exchange between the nurse and the resident?
When knocking, the resident will say yes or no. But if the patient is lying down like a severe patient, not talking, so they will just observe, is there any difference between previous condition or not? Then they will go in. Or
Do you believe it's possible to make an assessment as to the comfort of a resident by simply opening the door and observing from that distance?
what will be the symptoms of discomfort?
So if you could just answer my question, Dr.
I'm
Kakar, do you
asking
believe that it's...
What you believe, if the patient is in discomfort, what you believe, what they will develop?
Well, what have you observed, Dr. Kakar, when a patient is in the end of
I'm
their...
asking to a common man, what you believe if a patient is in discomfort, what he will do? He will make some noises. He will, if he can do like some look, or if he can be clenching the teeth. So that sort of things can be observed, or he become unconscious, right? So that things can be observed.
From the door?
Yeah.
But are you, in your experience at Newmarch House, Dr. Kakar, was there a clear line of sight from the door to the bed?
Yeah.
There wasn't wasn't a bathroom
no-
in...
Bathroom is there, but there is a clear line. Bathroom is on the side, right? I will tell you one thing. Once there was a patient who was taking the breakfast. Nurses put the breakfast in front of her and she was eating, and the nurses came. Maybe after half an hour, she knocked, "Are you okay?" Then there is no response. Immediately, she opened the door. So the patient was not responding, changed the PP and rushed it to the patient. At that time, I was there. The patient was died, right? So conscious patient, eating and drinking as normal, suddenly arrested. So when I checked, she was died. So I think they were observing it is okay.
And can I just ask, do you believe that you can observe shortness of breath from the doorway?
No, shortness of breath can be expressed by the patient.
And if it's not expressed by the patient, do you believe you can
If
make
it is
that?
not expressed by patients, it is expressed by the other symptoms. What you will do when you get short of breath.
So do you say do you feel comfortable in a nurse being able to assess that sign?
Not fully assess, not fully assess. They can understand the difference. If the patient is compared to the previous visit, if the patient is deteriorated or not, that they can understand.
Do you believe that you can assess an increase in temperature from the door?
No,
But is it correct to say that an increase in temperature can be a sign of deterioration?
it is a sign of deterioration. Yeah.
Do you believe that you can assess whether a patient is tachycardic from the door?
No,
So in terms of is it correct to say that your observations while you were at Newmarch was that there was a knock on the door of a resident or an opening of the door on a regular basis? Is that correct?
yeah. Regular means, half an hour to 1 hour. It may be variable. Some patients they will do it quickly. Some patients may be delayed.
I couldn't hear the end of your sentence.
Some patients may be quicker than 1 hour. Some patients may be 5-10 minutes later. So it is not a regular one.
And and I take it those observations by you are limited to Monday to Friday when you are physically present?
What is the question?
Those observations that you made in relation to the check-ins are limited to the observations you could make while you're present at Newmarch?
While I was present, not Monday to Friday, because sometimes I may present only one patient to see, and I have to do other things. I will not observe all the time, right? But I observed this. Not every day I'm checking this.
And are you able to say whether those observations by you occurred in the early part of the outbreak or later on in the outbreak? Do you have any memory to distinguish a time period
I
in that?
can answer that question.
Dr. Kakad, I'd like to now take you. Sorry, there's one question coming back to the entry you were shown of the 16th of April at 12 noon, recorded by Dr. Minaj, where he states that the next of kin, Susie, wanted a number of questions answered. Do you recall reading that?
Yeah.
And the note records that the nursing home is requested to give her a call and answer those questions. Is there a particular reason why you as the medical officer didn't feel it was possibly best that you answer those questions, given they were directly relevant to the care and the support?
What is the question?
Is there a particular reason why you didn't feel that you should make that call to the family member? Do you have that still in front of you, Dr. Kakad? It's page 104 of the Newmarch progress notes in tab 9. Where it says case conference. Have you got that point on the page?
Yeah.
Yes.
So what you're asking?
So Susie, who is the family
Yes.
member, had the following questions. What symptoms does he have? Are they mild or severe? What's the usual timeline of the virus? What is the timeline of the illness? Does Dad know about his situation? What is the supportive measures in place at the nursing home for him? Is he conscious? Those types of questions appear to be clinical questions. Are you able to say now why the note there records that the nursing home should respond to those questions?
Well, I object to that because you need to read the next part of the note, which explains what was said in the conference.
I think that question is
Sorry,
answered.
just Dr.
So Dr. Kakat, I hear that objection. I'll direct Dr. Kakat's attention to the last portion.
All right.
I think that question is answered. That's what it says.
You believe that you did answer?
I'm not sure. I can't remember, but,
Yes.
but from the notes I can understand that is answered.
What was your belief in terms of the usual timeline of the virus at that point in time? Do you have a memory now of April?
I don't have the memory now, but now it is 10 to 15 days. But again, it varies. Some patients may be positive for more than a month.
Dr. Kakat, I'd like to now take you to the clinical records of Ronald Farrell.
Could I just raise one matter in the absence of the witness, please, Your Honour?
In Dr. Kakat's absence, you say?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Kakat. Would you mind just waiting outside? Sorry, would you mind waiting outside again?
Yeah.
Sorry, just for a moment. Thank you.
It's just a general matter before that my learned friend moves to the next patient. I haven't objected to date because really Dr. Kakat is not my witness. But in my submission, there is the potential for real unfairness where my learned friend is switching between the specifics of directing some questions about a particular patient, which was here Mr. Jennings, and then going to specific general questions about agitation, crisis medications, and so on. And in my submission, it's apparent from some of the answers given by Dr. Kakat that he may have been thinking that there was some shortcoming in relation to this specific patient about the general topic my learned friend was putting to him. And the other issue I raise is that the coronial process ought to have a therapeutic be a therapeutic process ideally and not create unnecessary upset. So in my submission, someone hearing that exchange of evidence may well have formed the view that perhaps something has gone wrong in relation to Raymond Jennings, in relation to the prescription, the administration of crisis medications of midazolam and morphine, where they were prescribed, but there's no record that they were ever given. And the summaries in relation to this patient by counsel assisting make that plain, that there's no record he was ever given crisis medications. There's also no record that he was ever agitated. And so we have a long cross-examination or examination around agitation. Can you see someone from the door and see if they're agitated? And a very natural inference that might arise, and this is a case with a lot of media interest and lawyers for various family members, the suggestion that this was a person who was left agitated and people, that there was some shortcoming in terms of taking observations. The other issue is that counsel assisting summary in relation to this patient records, for example, on the 16th, that my learned friend took Dr. Cat to some entries but not others. He had his observations taken 4 times. And on the 17th, that his observations were taken at least 3 times. And on the 18th, the day he passed away, they were taken 3 times. And so none of that was put chronologically to a health practitioner. He cannot be expected to recall how many times a particular patient 2 years ago was seen. So he's not given the chronological list of what actually happened. And then we have this extensive questioning. In my submission, a bystander might think that what happened to this person is that people were eyeballing him from the door, which is not a fair picture from what actually happened in relation to this patient, in relation to whom there is no suggestion that he was ever agitated or that he was given crisis medications. So I raise that as a general matter because in my submission there is unfairness or the real potential for unfairness where questioning starts with the specific in relation to a patient and a practitioner who, in my submission, cannot be expected to remember what happened 2 years ago is given reference to certain aspects of what happened to a patient but not others. And then zooming out to general questions about agitation, crisis meds, or so on, where this witness is never told actually there was no issue about agitation with this person, or he never was given morphine. He's not given that full picture, but we're zooming in and out. In my submission, that should not be the model adopted if specific patients are going to be dealt with going forward. May I please the court?
I understand, and look, I think it's clear, at least from my observations and understanding of the answers given by Dr. Kakat, that some questions were focused at the management of Mr. Jennings and his care, and others were focused more generally. But I don't know that there is any misunderstanding arising from the questions which counsel assisting asked, because where the focus was on Mr. Jennings or where the focus was more generally, I think that was quite clear from the questions that were asked. In other cases, and the general exploration was in relation to the nature, adequacy and frequency of the observations, and whether or not, for example, those matters indicated that certain steps needed to be taken, for example, the administration of crisis medication. So counsel assisting used by way of example one matter being the possibility of a patient being agitated, but also directed questions towards the possibility of a patient having shortness of breath, the patient being tachycardic, and so on, and the ability for those types of observations to be taken if an observation was taken from the opening of a resident's door and the observation being taken at the doorway. Ms. Matawa?
Yes, and in relation to crisis medication, I asked him at the outset what his thinking was behind prescribing it for this patient, and he gave a series of examples as to where it becomes relevant. This is not cross-examination, this is exploring those matters which we can see from the records and asking for his thinking behind, for example, the prescribing. There's been no, he's not been, whether or not this resident or patient was agitated and whether or not the crisis medications were in fact administered, it's my intention to only go to those matters when Dr. Kakat was directly involved in directing the administration. But once it's prescribed, and I'll take Dr. Kakat and the next patient to the prescription PRN, he knows that it can then be administered by a nurse in certain circumstances. So in my submission, there was absolutely nothing unfair in asking him to explain his thinking in the prescribing to commence with, because then it allows others to make an assessment as to whether or not it's required. Likewise, I asked him, his response to many questions is that the role was for supportive care. And my question in relation to observations, and there were a number of questions, was how does one assess whether supportive care is needed until one first actually observes the individual to know how to respond? And again, yes, that was in the general, but he's talking in many instances as to his usual thinking and approach to COVID-positive residents at Newmarch. So again, in my submission, there was nothing unfair in not taking him then to every single clinical record. The records will speak for themselves with respect to the frequency of observations that in fact occurred. And if I were to take Dr. Kakat through every observation for these 19 residents, we'll need the balance of these 3 weeks. What can be extrapolated from his evidence later on as a cross-reference to the records can occur. And if there's any unfairness in that analysis, every party has an opportunity to respond to it at the end of the inquest. So yes, my questions will be specific on occasion, and yes, they will be general, depending on what Dr. Kakat's evidence is. So with respect, I don't believe there's any unfairness being shown to Dr. Kakat or any distortion of the evidence. I can't go to both Nepean and Newmarch at one stage. Newmarch clinical records are extensive. It's a question of his record and then other records, and it is my intention to go to both sets of clinical records.
Yes, I understand. Look, as I indicated, I didn't have a difficulty identifying where Dr. Kakat was being taken to a specific matter, for example, in the case of Mr. Jennings, whether he was being asked a question more generally. And I understand it may be difficult, but to, I suppose, address Ms. Richardson's concern, it might be possible to indicate to Dr. Kakat where a topic or questioning is moving beyond, for example, the resident or patient records that are currently in front of him to a more general topic, and that may, as I said, address some of the issues raised by Ms. Richardson.
I'll endeavour to do that, Your Honour.
Very well, thank you.
I'll just raise one general matter. I'm not suggesting that every clinical note needs to be put. That's certainly not my suggestion. An example in relation to the next witness, for example, is here. A specific question was put in relation to Mr. Jennings of what clinical view did you form in terms of how often observations should be done. And then there's questioning about extensive questioning about people looking in the door. Can you determine temperatures from looking at the door? Can you determine all these other things? At no point is this witness told on the 16th, observations were taken every 6 hours. What's your clinical view about whether that was adequate? So it's the failure to put other stuff to a witness who cannot possibly know what was actually done unless he's taken to the records, that a flavour is being created potentially that this patient did not have adequate observations done of him, which creates, in my submission, not a fair picture in terms of people listening and watching. And that unfairness is not cured by our ability in 2 months' time to put on written submissions. May it please the court.
Yes. Look, I again, I understand the objection. Look, I think I suppose, fairness to everyone, counsel assisting did attempt, I mean, I'm looking at a note here where counsel assisting attempted to take Dr. Kakat to his specific thought processes regarding observations of Mr. Jennings, and Dr. Kakat, with respect, did not answer that directly and spoke more broadly about his usual practice. So there's a difficulty, I think a difficulty arises where counsel assisting has been endeavouring to be precise with Dr. Kakat about his actions and understanding and thought process at the time, but Dr. Kakat has answered a number of those questions more broadly, partly, I assume, because he, as he's indicated, doesn't have recall about some certain specifics regarding Mr. Jennings' management, but the context of the question has flowed from Dr. Kakat's answers. Ms. Matwa?
Yes. I'm not sure what else I can do in those circumstances. In fact, with Raymond Jennings, I took him to his own entry in the Nepean records where he did record vitals.
Yes. All right. Could we have Dr. Kakat back, please? Doctor, thank you again for your patience. Sorry for the delay.
Dr. Kakat, I'd now like to ask you questions about Ronald Farrell. He was, if Dr. Kakat could be shown volume 2, tab 14, which again, Dr. Kakat, I'm taking you first to the Nepean Hospital progress notes. And just by way of backdrop, Dr. Kakat, Ronald Farrell is the second resident to pass away. Firstly, Dr. Kakat, can you just refamiliarise yourself with those entries? There's 4 pages of records.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Firstly, Dr. Kakar, if I could take you to your own entry, and it commences on page 3.
Yep.
It's 17th of April at 5:41 p.m. Does that refresh your memory that it's an entry made by you perhaps when you've returned to Nepean Hospital? You recall Raymond Jennings' entry, I think, was at 5:35 or 5:30 p.m.
Right. Yeah.
On Friday, you told us you were unclear whether you had remote access to Nepean Hospital records. Is that still the case, that you're unclear as to whether or not you had remote
I don't
access?
remember when I got the access. Because I had the access, then it was disconnected, then I got the access. So it was erratic at that stage.
And was that during the outbreak period or previously when you were working in the community? You would
Previously, I think previously they gave the access, and somehow my laptop is the one connected with the remote access. But the program had some problems.
Do you have a visual memory of returning to Nepean Hospital every day after being at Newmarch?
Most of the days. I cannot guarantee that every day I will return to the hospital.
But your visual memory is that many days you would spend the day at Newmarch and then go back to Nepean. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So looking at this entry here, Dr. Kakati, 17th of April at 5:41 p.m. Have you gone over to page 4?
Yeah.
Firstly, in relation to the series of entries with respect to his past medical conditions, again, is it your belief that would have been, or do you know now whether in relation to Ronald Farrell it was obtained from the records or from some other source?
Pardon?
Do you recall now whether those entries in relation to his past medical history was obtained from the records or from a conversation?
From the records. We will get all the medical history in the nursing home. There is a front page of the diagnosis, and in the hospital there is a discharge summary, the last discharge summary. There is some diagnosis, but maybe last attendance in the hospital maybe 2 years back or 3 years back. So the updated one will be in the nursing home notes.
And in relation to Ronald Farrell here in your entry, there doesn't appear to be any vital signs recorded. Do you agree?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Are you able to give us some understanding as to whether that means that you did see him in person and take vital signs, or whether you did not?
Can you check the notes on the Newmarch house?
Yes, if I can, I'd ask you to assume, and I will be corrected if I'm wrong, but I'd ask you to assume that there's no indication in the records from Newmarch House that there's an entry made by you.
Is it?
Or on your behalf. Does that assist you at all in being able to now think whether or not you saw Ronald Farrell on the 17th of April and whether you took his vital signs?
Usually I will take the vital signs. There's no point to see the patients without vital signs. So I will take the vital signs. It is not recorded here.
Do you say that it may have been taken but not recorded, or that you simply can't say one way or the other?
No, if I see the patient, I will take the vital signs, right? But maybe omission of the notes, in the notes.
But no.
I forget to mention it in the notes.
I'd ask you to assume that on the 17th of April, Dr. Kakart, there were 20 residents who had tested positive for COVID. Do you have a memory of knowing that you had that many residents, 20 residents in your care who were COVID positive?
I don't remember.
Do you have a memory now as to how many residents you were able to see in the first week or two? In particular, if I can draw your attention to the 17th of April, at which point in time there were 20 residents who were positive?
I have no idea. I don't remember.
Do you have a rough estimate at all? Looking at you've recorded there again that the crisis medications were chartered.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
yeah.
And are you able to assist in your thinking there in relation to the chartering of those crisis medications for Ronald Farrell?
Yeah. Crisis medications means it is not a regular medication, it can be PRN medications.
And PRN means?
PRN means whenever needed, the patient will get the medication, like for example, morphine, 1 milligram PRN. That means if the patient develop any shortness of breath or any agitation, they will give some morphine. Or midazolam, PRN. That means if they are agitated, they will give 1 milligram. And there will be a maximum dose per day. And you can give this much in this day.
Can I ask you to assume that, save for one patient, it appears that crisis medications were chartered at the time that VAX became aware that the resident was COVID positive. If you assume that that's correct,
Is that question?
that crisis medications were chartered at the time that VAX became aware that the resident was COVID positive and the resident was assessed or seen or reviewed by VAX. Does that accord with your memory?
Reviewed by VAX, then if it is needed, we may prescribe crisis medication.
Can you indicate anything from your own clinical record of the 17th of April that indicates that the crisis medications were required for prescribing on that day, namely the 17th of April? Have a look at the record.
I don't remember particularly, but if I wrote for crisis medication, there will be an indication. And it is not a blanket thing. It is not a blanket referral or blanket prescription. It is for individual patients. You cannot say that all COVID patients need this one or something like that. It depends on the patient's condition.
Are you able to assist as to, in this case, Ronald Farrell, what the indication was, simply looking at your clinical record?
I cannot say that now. But from the comorbidities, he had emphysema, he had stroke, he had subdural hematoma and cognitive impairment, then depression. So, plus COVID. So, and he's on oxazepam 30 milligram and mirtazapine 15 milligram. Targin, that is morphine, 5 milligram BD, salbutamol, oxygen 2 liters, and endone PRN. So all these medications, I think PRN medications will not be bad for this patient.
So do you say that having reviewed the notes, having reviewed the notes from Dr. El Jamali and the recorded history there,
yeah,
that was your thinking in relation to prescribing the crisis medication?
No.
That formed the basis?
No. Not only the reading the notes and prescribing something. We need to assess the patient. And as I told you before, we need to assess the patient, and prescription is individually based, not a blanket based. It is individually, if indicated, we have to prescribe.
So do you say you would not prescribe in the absence of your own assessment of the patient?
Yeah. Or script may be given if somebody assessed the patient and told me that this patient have this thing, and because that time lot of work for different people.
And when you say script might be given, if a person told you, what person, what...
Like, for example, I'm not saying this happened, but for example, if Dr. Jayanti Kadireshan say that this patient have these symptoms, so we need to give these medications. So I have to chart it in the medication chart.
So for that, and you're making reference again there to the palliative care specialist.
Yeah.
And again, I think you said in relation to Raymond Jennings, you held a belief that if a palliative care specialist had an involvement or Dr. Sharma had involvement, it would be recorded in the notes, Nepean hospital notes.
Involvement may not be recorded because they will telephone me. So sometimes I will not record that.
But again, in relation to just focusing your mind on Ronald Farrell and having a look at the Nepean progress notes, is there anything in those notes that assist you at all in recalling what your thinking was behind prescribing the crisis medications?
I don't remember it now.
Just turning to the records, if I could ask you this, do you see the entry on page 3 of the 18th of April and the 17th of April?
The 18th of April, I can see. Yeah.
You see, 17th of April, there's a nurse, Helen Fennick. Did you understand her to be attached to the hospital in the home program or VAX? Or did you not know one way or the other?
There was a Helen working with us, but I'm not sure whether it is Helen French. I think she's a VAX.
VAX?
Or short term, she came for VAX.
And in relation to, did you have an understanding that the hospital, looking at her note, she's recorded VAX review in nursing home today and hospital in the home call tomorrow? These are notes you all shared, is that correct?
Yeah.
And what did you understand the role of the hospital in the home call tomorrow to be? To what end, to what effect? Did you have any understanding as to what the hospital in the home phone call was about?
I assume it is to know how the patient is doing.
And in terms of your assumptions, did you ever have a conversation with anyone in the hospital in the home team?
If I have some doubts, I will ask them.
And looking at the entry above the 18th of April, Catherine Sidney, did you know whether she was part of the VAX team or part of the hospital in the home team?
Yeah.
Did you know which of the two?
I don't know. Maybe hospital in the home.
And if you read her entry,
Yeah.
firstly, were you aware, I'll ask you to assume that the 18th was a Saturday. Were you aware of difficulties in relation to contact between Nepean,
Right.
team at Nepean and Newmarch House on that day?
For me, there was no difficulty to contact Newmarch House because I had a 21 numbers with me. So, of course, the common number nobody will pick up. And we have to call one by one because sometimes the nurses may be busy. I know the structure of the nursing home and the people may be working in one ward. So I will try all the numbers one by one. Some of them may be not in duty, mobile numbers. So one will be taking call. Then I will tell them to transfer to the other ward or tell them to call me back.
These phone numbers that you had access to, which made your line of communication easy, is that correct?
Yeah.
Where did that list of numbers come from, and was it ever shared with the hospital and the home team?
That I don't know because these numbers, I got it before COVID. I was going to the Newmarch House. So each time they will give some numbers. So it is a keep accumulating.
And were those numbers putting you through to a nurse unit manager or a administrative officer, or who were those numbers?
I have all the numbers because some of them are administration, some of them are nursing, some of them are station. So I cannot pinpoint which one, but most of the numbers are written.
And just in terms of coming back to the question, did you have any understanding that the hospital in the home team or others were finding it difficult on this day to get through to Newmarch? Was that information ever relayed to you?
I don't know particularly the hospital in the home, but I heard that there is difficulty to contact Newmarch House.
So if you go to page 2, there's an entry on the 19th of April.
Yep.
Again by the nurse Catherine Sidney.
Yep.
It raises the same issue in relation to not being able to get through. Again, did you become aware of the difficulties? In this instance, it was a single weekend where there appeared to be a difficulty for the Nepean team to get through to Newmarch. Was it ever raised with you to see if something could be resolved there?
I don't know actually. If they have difficulties, I don't know the reason for that. But for me, I was able to contact them with the different telephone numbers.
Dr. Kakata, note the time. I'm going to stop there if it's suitable to Your Honour. Can I just, after the break, I'm planning to take you to the Newmarch House progress notes for Ronald Farrell. I don't have any issue if those assisting you wish to show you those notes now, so you have peace and quiet to review them. If I could just indicate that, because I'm going to ask you a question after morning tea, Dr. Kakata, and that is that I can't see in those notes whether or not you've reviewed Ronald Farrell. And if you could turn your mind to whether I've missed something.
Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Kakat, we're going to take a break for morning tea now. We'll continue your evidence after that. We'll come back at 12:15.
Can I just flag one thing before Your Honour leaves the bench to think about over morning tea, which is that if that line of questioning is intended to be critical in some way of Dr. Kakat, I'll be objecting to it because it is not the subject of the notice in relation to this witness.
And I can indicate that's not the intention. We're trying to get the facts as to whether residents, when residents were seen and in what circumstances. And it's directly, that's the point.
All right, very well. Thank you. We'll take morning tea break now. Yes, Ms. Martow.
Thank you, Your Honour. Dr. Cathcart, I'd like you to have in front of you tab 8 of the clinical records of Ronald Farrell and page 69. Do you have that? So volume 2, tab 8, page 69. Is it easier for you, Dr. Cathcart, to read it on the screen? Or
Yeah.
on, yes? So this is the Newmarch House progress notes, and it shows, it gives us a picture of Ronald Farrell between the 15th of April and the 17th of April, namely the day that you have a corresponding Nepean progress note. If you go to the bottom of the page, commencing with the 15th of April, or I should say alongside the 16th of April at 4:16 p.m, do you see the paragraph commencing with Ron is on a continuous O2 therapy? Do you have that point on the page?
Yeah. Yep.
And if you go a bit further to the right-hand column just above, there's an entry there in relation to Ron being on OT concentrator as he has emphysema. Does that refresh your memory as to the profile of Ronald Farrell?
No.
I'd ask you to assume that he was on oxygen, an OT concentrator, prior to the COVID outbreak as a result of his emphysema.
I'm not sure about that.
I'd ask you to assume that that's what the case was. I'd further ask you to, do you see further down in that entry, we know that what's recorded here is that Ronald Farrell had a fall the previous night, but didn't show any signs of confusion and delirium, both of which had been excluded, and was feeling well. If you look to the top of the page, the third line down indicates that Ronald was being reviewed by the VAX team today, and that's an entry made by Melinda Burns, the manager, at 11:46 a.m. Do you see that on the page? Top of the page, 3 lines down.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what I was raising with you before the break, Dr. Cathcart, was that there doesn't appear to be a corresponding entry in the clinical records as to that review by VAX. Does that indicate that no review of Ronald Farrell occurred? Or does that, I'll rephrase it, what was your usual practice when you reviewed a resident who was COVID positive?
Usually, I will record it in the notes.
In the Newmarch House notes?
House. And sometimes, the program may be crashed or the program is not working.
What does that mean? How do you know when the program's crashed?
The computer program, I mean. So it may not be available for few hours or 1 hour or something like that. When I was there, sometimes the program crashed and I was not able to enter the computer. Then I usually go back and I will write it in the Nepean notes.
And we've been to the Nepean notes, and I think we've established that the Nepean notes don't indicate to us what review you did of Ronald Farrell in terms of vital signs. Do you agree?
Yeah, that's right.
Can I take you now to tab 9 and page 9. Tab 9 are the medication charts for Ronald Farrell, and page 9 is a handwritten script. Do you have tabs?
Tab 9, page.
Tab 9, page 9.
9.
Sorry, page 10. No, page 9. You have an easy med chart in front of you?
Yeah.
Dr. Kakak, do you
Yeah.
recognise this is a standard form for prescribing PRN medication at Newmarch House? Does this document here bear Hayley Carpen's signature?
Maybe.
You see under the handwritten midazolam, do you recognise that signature?
I don't remember her signature or not.
Is it your signature?
Not mine.
On that day, it appears that what was prescribed was firstly midazolam, 2.5 to 5 milligrams for agitation.
Yeah.
Do you agree that certainly in the Nepean clinical records, in your clinical records at Nepean, you don't make any record of having observed agitation in Ronald Farrell? That's correct? Did you review the Newmarch Hospital records over the morning tea adjournment?
Newmarch House records, no.
In relation to the morphine, 2.5 milligrams, it says for indication for pain or distress.
Yeah.
Do you agree with me that in your Nepean progress note entry, you haven't recorded any sign of pain or distress in Ronald Farrell on the 17th of April?
Yeah.
What's recorded there in terms of prescribing two other medications, sodium, firstly? What's that, the purpose of that medication?
Sodium bicarbonate.
Bicarbonate.
It's a mouthwash.
And next to it?
Metoclopramide.
And that's for?
That's for the vomiting.
And is this the standard, when you make reference to crisis medications, is this the standard format of that crisis medications, both in terms of the drug, the dose and the frequency?
Standard means
Usual.
usual, yeah. Again, the dose may be a little bit changed with the patients. You know, like if it is a big patient and you can see the overweight patients maybe a little bit more, or underweight patients maybe a little bit less. That's
Dr. Kakar, I'd like you to assume that the Newmarch House progress notes leading up to the 17th of April and including the 17th of April don't disclose that Ronald Farrell was in pain or distress or agitation. And keeping in mind your own progress note from Nepean Hospital, are you able to assist in what your thinking was at that point in time in prescribing the crisis medications?
I object to that. It says they're chartered and there's somebody else's signature on that page, and indeed the following page where there are two more PRN medications.
Go back to your progress note. I'll rephrase the question. Your progress note, tab 14, page 4.
Yep.
You've written crisis meds chartered. That means crisis meds prescribed as per the form that we just looked at, the easy med chart.
Maybe.
What does maybe mean?
Maybe means that maybe I intend to, I mean by this sentence. Yeah. Because crisis med charted means it's already charted or I charted. So it means crisis med charted there.
And do you know registered nurse Hayley Carpin?
Yeah,
You work together?
yeah.
Do you recall being together with her at Newmarch House on the 17th of April or on any day?
I didn't particularly recall on 17th March, but many occasions we were together.
And I take it that if crisis medication is charted, that's a decision made between the two of you and agreed to?
Maybe.
But what does maybe mean? Do you say that she would prescribe?
I cannot remember exactly, so maybe, right.
Did you ever come across a situation where Hayley Carpin prescribed crisis medications contrary to your views?
No.
No. Is it your memory that as a team there would be agreement as to whether or not a crisis medication should be charted?
Yeah.
So in terms of your agreement in the case of Ronald Farrell to prescribe crisis medications, are you able to indicate what your thinking was behind that in circumstances where at that point in time he wasn't showing any signs of distress or agitation or pain?
No, I object to
It
that.
is
Unless my
anticipated.
Dr. Kakat, just wait one moment, sorry.
My friend might have to put, if the doctor has a recollection of a conversation that led to an agreement. There's been some pretty general propositions around what did and didn't occur on various occasions. There'll be some evidence about what Ms. Carpin can and can't do. If that specific proposition is going to be put, it would need to have some foundation.
Ms. Matwa?
Well, Dr. Kakat has said in evidence that he was aware that the medications had been charted, and in fact his clinical record makes that plain. Mm-hmm. It's explicit. In those circumstances, in my submission, it is open for Dr. Kakat to give a response to the question, namely what the thinking was behind prescribing the crisis medications.
Mr. Fordham?
And the premise of the question is that there was an agreement to do something. In circumstances where the doctor says, I'm going off my notes, I don't remember, and then says it's been charted. That's as good as it gets.
Yes.
He's also given evidence that he can't think of a single occasion where there's been a disagreement.
Yeah, that's a different point.
So this chartering of the medication was by agreement. I mean, I can ask Dr. Kakat that express question, and if it's by agreement, then in my submission, the question I ask is not subject to objection.
Yes. Look, I think the foundation is there. I'll allow the question.
Dr. Kakat, what was the thinking behind the prescribing of the crisis medications on that day in circumstances where there was no report of agitation or pain or distress?
Crisis medication means anticipatory medication.
Anticipatory of what?
Any symptoms. Like as I mentioned before, for the pain, for the shortness of breath, for the agitation, for the irritability, for vomiting, for nausea, these type of symptoms.
And do you say it was the practice during the outbreak
It was not
to charter crisis medications
No.
in anticipation, or the practice generally?
the practice is before the COVID, the crisis medication was there. So crisis medication is not something new, came after the COVID, right? It was there all the time, the crisis medication for the patients. So we prescribed this for the particular patients that time.
But before COVID, if I understood your evidence correctly, earlier this morning, it was prescribed in circumstances where there would potentially be a conversation or a consultation with a palliative care specialist?
No,
No.
not always. A geriatrician can prescribe the palliative end-of-life care, right? It is not always mandatory to call the palliative care physician. GPs can start palliative care medication. Geriatricians can start the palliative care medications. But if any confusion, then we need to call the palliative care.
So do you say in relation to Ronald Farrell, it was prescribed in anticipation of symptoms that may require its administration?
Yeah.
Dr. Kakad, I'd like to take you to the records of Edith Brownlee, and firstly Volume 3, tab 13, the progress notes from Nepean Hospital. Dr. Kakad, could you just have a look at all 5 pages of the progress notes from Nepean? Firstly, is it correct that you haven't made an entry in relation to Edith Brownlee in the progress notes at Nepean?
Mm-hmm.
You agree?
Yeah.
If you turn to page 4, do you have at the top of page 4 an entry by Hayley Carpin, a nurse practitioner, on the 17th of April?
Yeah.
Reading that entry, are you able to gain an understanding as to Edith Brownlee's presentation, just from that entry, and I'll take you to the progress notes from Newmarch, but from that entry, are you able to gain any understanding in relation to Edith Brownlee's presentation on the 17th of April?
Based on this, I'm not able to understand any.
Are you able, reading that note, are you able to ascertain or satisfy yourself, being a member of the team, as to whether or not Edith Brownlee was seen in a face-to-face consultation with Hayley Carpin?
I don't remember.
No, I'm just asking you on the notes, and being a team member who has access to these notes, if you read this note, are you able to satisfy yourself whether or not Edith Brownlee was seen either by yourself or by Hayley Carpin, in the sense of seen in a face-to-face consultation?
Face-to-face, I can't see any records, but this recording at 17:22, So it can be face-to-face.
It can be.
Yeah.
And when you say can be, do you say it's clear to you whether it
No,
was
it is
or
not
was
clear. It is not clear, but it is not written telehealth consultation.
So does that, if it's not written telehealth consultation, does that inform you that there was no telehealth consultation?
There was no, it was not done. So it may be, I'm not 100% sure, but it may be face-to-face.
And just having a look at those records, is there any other record that you see as relevant in relation to informing you as a member of the team whether or not between the 16th of April, when Edith Bramley went onto the hospital in the home protocol, whether or not she was in fact seen between the 16th of April and the 21st of April by any clinician attached to hospital in the home or VACs? Just on these records. I'm going to take you to the other records, but based on these records.
Based on these 5 notes, there's no records.
So if I can take you now to the Newmarch House records, tab 8, page 13. Firstly, Dr. Kakut, do you see the time? There's an entry by Hayley Carpin on the 20th of April at 5:38 p.m. Do you have that page?
Yeah, you have that page.
Could I ask you to read to yourself the entry alongside that, commencing with Hayley Carpin, aged care nurse.
Can you zoom it a little bit?
So it's the entry 5:38 p.m.
Yeah.
Was it your understanding that there was a process in place whereby Hayley Carpin could access the records of Newmarch House remotely?
It was some time. It was possible.
So moving down that page, do you see the date, the 17th of April? Do you have that point on the page?
Yeah.
Either side of that date, we've got the date of the 16th of April and the date of the 18th of April, correct?
Yeah.
So it appears there was one entry made in the progress notes at Newmarch on the 17th of April. Do you agree?
Yeah.
And is there any indication in that note that either yourself or Hayley Carpin reviewed Edith Brownlee on the 17th of April?
No, because there's only one entry on that day.
And I'll take you to the medication charts, tab 9, page 18.
So one entry means something happened to the program. Or
Do you say that there was often an issue with the program at Newmarch House with the clinical records?
yes, in between there was some suddenly stopped or frozen, or the program cannot be accessed.
And do you say that that was the usual problem at Newmarch or a problem specific to the
Not
period
usual.
of the outbreak?
I think I faced 1 or 2 times
During the outbreak or outside of the outbreak?
outbreak.
During the outbreak period. And you say on 1 or 2 occasions you couldn't access the records.
Yeah,
And do you know if that occurred on the same day or on different days?
I don't remember.
So turning to the medication charts, page 18. Again, not your signature, is that correct?
Not mine.
And you don't recognise the signature?
No. One, it is Hayley Carpen. It is written Hayley Carpen, so it may be her signature.
So it appears that on the 17th of April, there's 2 scripts in Hayley Carpen's name, but that's a day, as I understand it, that you say you were at Newmarch House reviewing patients.
Yeah.
And would it be fair to say if we just look at the clinical records, there's no indication that you, in fact, reviewed Edith Brownlee on that day? Do you agree? Based on the records?
What is that? Can you repeat?
Based on the records, there's no indication that you reviewed Edith Brownlee on the 17th of April or on any subsequent day.
Right. 17th of April, was there an entry in hospital notes? No?
Hayley Carpen made an entry.
Hayley Carpen made an entry. Yeah. So from these notes, there is no entry from my side.
So, Doctor, I'd like to ask you about Maria James, Volume 4, Tab 11. Again, I'm taking you to the Nepean Hospital records. These records are some 38 pages.
Yep.
I'd like to draw your attention to page 5, which I understand is an entry made by you.
Yep.
17th of April.
Yep.
And on that day, it appears you've recorded their vital signs.
Yep.
And can you tell us, is there anything in those vital signs that caused you concern?
No.
No?
No.
And again, you've recorded their crisis medications charted. Are you able to indicate what your thinking was behind that?
Yep.
At that point in time, noting the vital signs were within a normal range.
Yeah. This patient had COVID and she had COPD, ischemic heart disease, aortic valve replacement, tricuspid valve replacement, hypertension, and OSA, or obstructive sleep apnea. And this patient, even though the vital signs at that time is stable, but generally that time we know that the patients are going through what stage next. Remember the COVID, this is the starting of the COVID period. And we know all over from the world the symptoms and signs of the COVID. And what date is this? 17th. Yeah, it is the early stages. So we know these patients can go through these stages. And these symptoms can be worse in this way. So we chart PRN medications. No, that doesn't mean that it is a regular medication. It is a PRN if the symptoms occur. That's all. Otherwise, we don't need to give.
And can I ask, what was your thinking in prescribing before the symptoms arose as compared to prescribing if the symptoms arose?
Before, it is anticipatory medications. What is anticipatory means?
I understand the word anticipatory.
Yes.
I'm asking in relation to your thinking why you didn't prescribe if the symptoms arose. Why you were doing it in anticipation of symptoms as compared to responsive to the symptom being present.
Right. if the symptoms occur, that is the PRN, right? And we know that these symptoms can occur in this patient, right? So the trajectory is going like that. So if these symptoms occur, we don't need to run around that time. So we have a plan. That is the plan.
And in
This
terms,
is a plan. This is not a must. You must give the anticipatory medicines or crisis medication. This is a plan. So if this happens, give this.
and in terms of that expression you've just used, run around at that time, you had 20 patients who were COVID positive on this day, 17 April.
Yeah.
Did you have any thinking, Dr. Kakat, that perhaps you were going to have a crisis situation on your hands whereby a number of these COVID positive residents or patients were going to decline rapidly?
Yeah.
Is that a belief you had?
Remember, all the patients need to assess individually, not a blanket thing, right? And if the patient had so many comorbidities and the COVID came in between, so there is more chance to get it worse, right? If there is a patient, how old is he? 78 years, without any comorbidities or any other disease, then there is less chance to get it worse. But if a 78-year-old with one or two comorbidities or other disease, there is moderate chance. If a patient with so many comorbidities, then the chances are less, or the chance is more to get a severe disease, right? On that basis, we prescribed anticipatory medications, right? That is the one. And if she is not developing any symptoms, we don't need to refer to the anticipatory medication. If she develops any symptoms, you should give.
And given you were in a situation, Dr. Kakat, where you had 20 COVID positive residents on the 17th of April, did you on that day have a discussion with either Dr. Sharma or any other member of the VAX team as to the potential here of a real crisis with respect to the acute decline of any one of these 20 patients and how they should then be managed? Okay.
As I told before, I will discuss each and every patient with Dr. Sharma, right? I am not just writing the medications. I will discuss with her, and sometimes I write medication and I will discuss with her. If anything wrong, she will be correct me, right? And I don't think I did anything wrong, because she never said to me that you did wrong, you correct it during COVID period. But if anything wrong, I have to admit I did wrong. And there was, Dr. Brandley was there, and Jayanti Kadreshan, I don't know when she came to picture, when was she involved? She was also there. So, or Dr. Natalie Fox. So they can correct me.
Yes, so I'm not, in terms of wrong or right, just coming back to, did you have a moment on the 17th of April to stop and pause and think that now that you had 20 patients under your care, how you would manage?
Not under my care, under Dr. Sharma's care or under Dr. Brandley's care.
Under the care of Dr. Sharma, Dr. Brandley and yourself, did you have a moment at all to consider how you would manage that as a team? So many COVID positives who potentially would have a sudden and acute decline. Mm-hmm. Did you have a discussion with Dr. Sharma or Dr. Brandley as to how you would manage this situation?
Yeah, every day we are discussing these things. Every day, morning meeting, we will discuss these things. Morning meeting, Dr. Brandley will not be there, but other team members are there.
And did you ever feel that there was a need for you to have another medical officer at that point in time, the 17th of April, to work alongside you, as in physically present at Newmarch House?
Newmarch House, first, I don't know the exact dates, but first 1 or 2 days, there was not physically present doctors.
There was not?
No physically present doctors. But then I think 2 GPs or two doctors came from, I think, Commonwealth, PHN, yeah.
I'd ask you to assume that that didn't occur until after the 24th of April.
Maybe right, yeah.
So for a week, you were there on your own as the only medical officer physically present. Is that correct? Along with Dr. Branley?
Yeah, and Dr. Branley had some other people as well. I don't know the exact structure for the...
In terms of Dr. Branley, if you were the only 2 medical officers present for at least a week, did you have a discussion as to how, or did you divide up residents in terms of meeting their care needs or management?
Object to that.
No.
The witness hasn't agreed with the proposition that there was only 2 of them there.
Well, I'll rephrase it. Dr. Kakat, do you have a memory between 11 April and 24 April of any other medical officer being there other than yourself and Dr. Branley?
Not exactly.
So was your belief that it was only you and Dr. Branley there, managing and treating the COVID positive residents?
Dr. Branley was there. I was there. Hayley Carpen, she's a nurse practitioner. She was there. And I am not sure. Some days the ID registrars are coming there.
Or did you see a registrar there? Between that time period, 11 April and 24 April. Can you say now whether you...
I cannot exactly remember which are they present on that day, but that was the thing I remember.
Can I ask you, do you have any memory of having an express conversation with Dr. Branley in relation to whether or not you should divide the patients up and focus your attention on one group as compared to the other in the COVID positive residents?
Not exactly dividing, but he will say, he said to me, I will see these patients and you can go on the other side or you can see these patients. And I remember a couple of occasions he said that. And if you see the patient, I don't need to see the patient.
And is that on a day-by-day basis that a conversation of that type may have occurred?
Yeah.
And was there any discussion between yourself and Dr. Branley as to recording in the progress notes at Newmarch House or Nepean that had occurred?
I don't remember exactly.
In relation to just bear with me a moment. In relation to Maria James, can I ask you to now turn to volume 4, tab 7? These are the progress notes from Newmarch House. Oh, sorry, actually stay where you are, Doctor. My apologies.
Yep.
I'd like you to go to the entry on the first, on the page 1 of the Nepean Hospital records.
Page 1.
It's an entry made on the 21st of April.
Mm-hmm.
It's an entry made by Hayley Carpen.
Yep.
And have a moment to read it to yourself.
Yeah. Yeah,
Do you recall that conversation with Dr. Sharma?
I don't recall that.
Was that in terms of a fractured humerus? I think you told us on Friday that in terms of VAX treatment of the elderly in the community with a fracture, it was the case that you might escalate that for admission into hospital.
Yeah,
Was that the basis for your phone call through to Dr. Sharma on this occasion in relation to management of that fractured humerus?
fractured. If there is a definite fracture, we may need to send to hospital, right? If there is, it is ambiguous, like a fractured pelvis.
What was that, sorry?
Fractured pelvis. We cannot decide whether there is a fracture or not, right? Because there may be pain, but there is no movement difficulty. So then we need to send it to the hospital for investigation. Or if there is a fractured femur, and they need to send to hospital because it needs surgical correction. So that is a rule.
Do you recall doing an examination at all
I don't recall.
of this patient in relation to the fracture to ascertain the extent?
I don't remember.
And then, as I understand that note, you've acted on the instructions of Dr. Sharma as to the way forward.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
yeah.
Did you form a view yourself at all as to whether or not resident Maria James should be transferred to hospital with a fractured humerus or suspected fracture?
Fractured humerus management, it can be in the cast, or the main thing, the arm should be immobilized, right? So I don't remember exactly how bad is the fracture.
Do you recall immobilizing the arm at all?
I don't recall.
Doctor, can I take you to tab 7, page 18?
Oh, damn, sorry.
Page 18.
I can't read that. Can you show it in the screen?
Yeah, so page 18, the last entry on the page. It says round with Dr. Kakut, and this is on the 21st.
Can you show it on the screen, please? Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
And if you could go over the page, there's also a note by Hayley Carpin. The earlier notes.
Yep.
Can you recall now why it was that you, the information coming back to you was not to transfer Maria James?
No, it is transferred. Otherwise, how do they? Haley Carpin wrote it in the notes, right? So it is already there.
Yes, but the reason, the thinking, the rationale behind not transferring, do you have any memory at all? Was it simply because was it as a result of her COVID positive status or for some other reason?
I don't have any specific record, but this patient has metastatic fracture, right? So metastatic fracture, if she get adequate pain control, we can manage conservatively.
You can manage.
Conservatively, like immobilizing.
If you go down the page, you see where it says Dr. Mohammed, and it appears to be an entry made by you earlier that day. Does that assist?
Yeah.
The entry in relation to pain, is that on examination has pain?
Yep.
That means there was pain on examination?
Noticed of left hand pain.
What's that, sorry?
It is written noticed of left arm pain.
And the shorthand,
Any
what
moment.
follows?
Pardon?
Could you just read that your entry out in full?
This is not my entry. Is it my entry?
Yes. If you go across to the left.
Dr. Mohammed Faisal Kakat. Okay, yeah. Dr. Mohammed Faisal Kakat, Maria noticed of left arm pain, on examination pain on any movement, a fracture of left humerus, just a few scattered cribs. Plan to discuss with Dr. Anita Sharma. 10:30, pass the phone through the RN for Maria's daughter, Patricia, to speak to her mother. Also give a form of confession of sins and absolution of Maria from outside the room as a request from Patricia.
Dr. Kakat, having read your own entry, does that refresh your memory at all in relation to the discussion with Dr. Sharma and the rationale behind not moving this patient to hospital in the context of a potential fracture?
I don't remember exactly because my memory, I don't remember this patient.
I might note the time, Your Honour.
Yes. Dr. Cat will have to take a break there and have lunch. We'll continue after that. We'll come back at 2:10.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Marshall.
Thank you, Your Honour. Dr. Kakat, I'd like to take you to the clinical records of Margaret Brocklehurst, and they're found in Volume 5, Tab 11, firstly to the Nepean progress notes. Doctor, if you could just, there are 4 pages there behind the Nepean Hospital progress notes. If you could just refamiliarise yourself with those notes.
Yeah.
Firstly, Doctor, just on a review of these notes, there's nothing there indicating whether yourself or Hayley Carpin or any member of the VAX team had an in-person consult, which was then recorded in the Nepean Hospital records. Do you agree? In-person or teleconference?
One entry, observation and comments below obtained from Newmarch House home progress notes assessed by Hayley Carpin. Yeah.
Do you say that that reflects an in-person or teleconference consult, or that reflects Hayley Carpin accessing Newmarch House progress notes?
Well, object to this. It's not his note.
No, but he's part of a team.
And
I'll ask a different question then.
Very well.
Dr. Kakat, how do you read that note as part of the VAX team in terms of informing you whether or not an in-person consultation had occurred? Teleconference.
I still object to it, Your Honour. There's a, if I could politely inquire what the forensic purpose is of what we're doing, in the sense that if it's going to be suggested to this doctor that he should or shouldn't have done something, then we ought to be on notice of it. And we're not. There's been a series of cross-examinations about various notes that you have and you can read, that the experts have had and they have read. It's a bit difficult to see how cross-examining this witness advances that position.
Firstly, I'm not cross-examining this witness. I'm asking questions of this witness in terms of the interpretation of clinical records where he's made an entry or is a member of a team caring for a resident. Secondly, in relation to the forensic purpose, one of the obligations that Your Honour has is to review and assess manner and cause of death. These are 19 deaths that occurred in circumstances where the resident/patient is admitted under a model of care, and Dr. Cathcart is here to assist you in relation to how the model of care was executed in practice as compared to, for example, what the intention was behind the model. And I say that because there are various documents in this brief of evidence that go to what was intended by way of the model of care to be implemented at the outbreak. And these questions go to whether the intentions were executed in practice without laying blame, but simply to examine whether a theoretical model can in practice be implemented in an outbreak situation as Newmarch faced during the period 11 April to 15 June.
Thank you. Mr. Fordham?
There is expert evidence that Your Honour has obtained. Some of that expert evidence says that, for instance, it was unlikely that anything could have made a difference. There's then some further expert evidence from, I think, Simbos, who talks about the fact that palliative care may have been, in some cases, perhaps underdone or overdone, but it doesn't actually go to cause. And there's no suggestion that anyone died as a result of the palliative care measures that were implemented.
But aren't those different matters to what counsel sitting has just outlined about the purpose of asking Dr. Cathcart these questions so far as manner of death is concerned? And
Well, we've been here with a witness that was scheduled for half a day for now, close to a day. And not a single question has been put about what, for instance, and probably can't be, but in terms of what could or should have been done. We simply get to a point where we examine some records and then we stop. And I just politely ask what the forensic purpose is when we're on some sort of timetable.
well, I don't know that that second last statement is entirely correct, Mr. Fordham.
Well, with respect, I think it is, but I'm happy to be corrected.
All right. Well, for the purposes of the present objection, I don't know that Ms. Matwai had completed asking her question, but the last note I have is inviting Mr. Cathcart as how he, as part of the VAX team, would read the progress note for Ms. Brocklehurst. I'll allow that question.
Please.
Dr. Cathcart, how do you read it in terms of whether an in-person or teleconference consultation occurred between a member of your team, a member of Hospital in the Home, and the resident patient?
There is one entry on 22nd. Contacted VAX team are currently reviewing COVID patients at Newmarch House. Team will fax the details of patients and their condition when finalized to HIT.
Yes. Does that assist you in terms of, with respect to that second sentence, team will fax details of patients and their condition when finalised? Is there anything in these 4 pages that seem to suggest, firstly, that that was faxed through, and secondly, that indicate a face-to-face or in-person consultation?
Right. And on 23rd, taken from nursing home notes, not on 23rd, sorry. Where was that? Yeah. 20th, Newmarch, obtained from Newmarch House, nursing home, progress notes by Haley Carpet. So it may have received from Haley Carpen's notes, or it may be taken the notes from Haley Carpen's notes.
Doctor, I'll take you to the Newmarch House progress notes, tab 11. Sorry, tab 7.
Print maybe small.
With volume 5, is that correct?
Tab volume 5.
Yep, tab 11. Tab 7.
Tab 7. Page 11.
Can you show it on the screen, please?
The last two entries on the page, dated the 22nd of April at 10:10 a.m. Do you have those points on the page, Doctor?
Just wait.
And I believe they're entries made by you. If you go to the far left-hand column, you see your name, senior hospitalist,
Yeah,
entries made by you.
yeah.
Is it correct to read that as a face-to-face examination by you of Margaret Brocklehurst on the 22nd of April?
Yep.
Doctor, can you go over to page 12? So firstly, do you agree that that consultation isn't then transferred over to the Nepean progress notes that you've just looked at?
No, not here.
But going over the page, the top of page 12,
Yeah.
the second entry on the 22nd of April is at 8:15 a.m. Do you have that point on the page? You see where it reads, Dr. Cathcart contacted and updated on Margaret's condition,
Yep.
low O2 saturation, no record of ACP. Dr. Cathcart stated he will ring Margaret's son to discuss ACP and will let us know. So I'd like to ask you some questions in relation to that discussion. Firstly, Dr. Cathcart, do you in fact have any memory of making a phone call through to Margaret Brocklehurst's son in relation to his mother and her ACP?
I don't have any specific memory.
It seems that after you received that phone call is when you attended Newmarch House and did in fact review Margaret Brocklehurst. Margaret Brocklehurst's son, John, does not have any memory at all of being called by anyone at Newmarch House in relation to the end-of-life plan for his mother. What do you say to that in relation to whether or not you did in fact follow up with Margaret Brocklehurst's son in relation to the ACP?
No, I object to that. There's I'm reading from the notice under the hand of the Director of Inquest, Inquiries and Representation that looks at the possibility of adverse findings in relation to two specific instances. That question has the potential for an adverse finding rolled into it, and I object to it.
I understand Mr. Buchan wishes to respond to this, Your Honour.
Your Honour, I'll respond to this objection because a number of objections have now been made on the basis of sufficient interest letters, which tend to treat that type of document almost like a pleading that confines the scope of this inquest. Those letters are issued in good faith to put witnesses on notice of areas that might arise for critical comment. Those letters are issued by necessity before the evidence commences. It can't be expected that every twist and turn that the evidence takes will be predicted and be able to be accommodated in such letters. But in any event, the questioning hasn't reached the point where it's clear that criticism would be made. And seeking to confine questioning of examining counsel on the basis that you can foresee a possible, or contemplate a possible line of criticism that might arise from the evidence is just not a sound approach, in my respectful submission. And Ms Martois' questioning should not be curtailed in that manner.
A couple of things to say about that. The brief is in 29 volumes. It's not suggested that the statement on which that question is based is new, different, a twist or a turn. My friends have had access to that since before this was adjourned in September, by my recollection. My friends went to the trouble of issuing a notice in relation to two specific items that might be the subject of criticism. Now, I don't know what the advice would have been because I don't get to give it, but obviously doctor would be entitled to take advice from his private MDO or any other lawyer, not part of this team, if he'd been put on notice of that. But to suggest this is new is patently incorrect. And in my respectful submission, that question can have no other purpose other than to found some sort of criticism. You did or you didn't. I don't know what his answer is going to be, but it doesn't matter. Because if the answer is favourable to him, then the potential for criticism goes nowhere. If it's not, then it goes somewhere. And in my respectful submission, that is procedurally unfair.
Might I just respond to that? Just that.
Hang on, who am I dealing with?
Sorry?
It's not tag team. Who am I dealing with?
Well, Mr. Fordham, counsel assisting or counsel assisting teams entitled to respond to an objection raised. I don't know that it causes you a particular difficulty, but you'll tell me if I'm incorrect as to which counsel replies to the objection.
Well, look, it's unusual, but if my friends want to do it that way, it's not like I'm disadvantaged.
Oh, very well.
It's procedurally fair to allow Dr. Kakar to respond to a family member's memory as to whether or not a conversation took place or not. Otherwise, where it lands and stands in the absence of the question is that a signed statement by John Brocklehurst at paragraph 17, volume 5, don't have the tab number right now, on that evidence, Your Honour could find that no phone call was made. As a matter of fairness as compared to criticism, I've asked Dr. Kakar whether, in line with a request in the progress notes, he has a memory or not as to making that phone call.
Yes, I understand that to be the case, and that is originally how I interpreted the question. That is that there were two documentary records referring to Dr. Kakar purportedly doing something or not. And as counsel assisting has said, the question was posed to provide Dr. Kakar with an opportunity to respond to those apparently conflicting two documentary records.
Except Your Honour's not in a position to make an adverse finding in the absence of a notice on a matter such as that, because that is a matter that goes to professional conduct.
Well, I don't know whether that's the case or not, because, well, first of all, the question hasn't been asked, the answer hasn't been given, and as you've indicated, Mr. Fordham, depending on the answer, it may go nowhere. Depending on the answer, it might well not inform any matter that might ultimately be made in terms of findings.
Well, if I can just finish the objection this way, doctor was asked, or I'll go back a step, the witness that's being referred to wasn't called. That's a matter for my friends. So whether it could be tested or not, I don't know. And then the final piece of the puzzle is that what this witness was asked for was in a letter of 9 June 2021, information in relation to a number of individual residents, and this resident wasn't one of them. And then in the notice that was served last Friday week, not raised either. So in my respectful submission, it is procedurally at least irregular, and in my respectful submission, unfair. Currently you have within the brief evidence that someone says they don't remember something happening, and that's the end of the matter. It doesn't go any further, and it wouldn't base a finding.
Well, as I said, that may or may not be the case. It's not possible to, I suppose, give an indication or prediction of that now. But returning to, I suppose, the question of the broader objection, look, in the same way that the issues list isn't a fixed document so far as adduction of evidence during an inquest is concerned, so too, as Senior Counsel Sissing has outlined, it's not possible to be so precise as to every individual question that might be asked of a witness in the course of their evidence. The purpose of the notice is to put the individual or party on notice that there may be a likelihood of some adverse comment being made, and afford procedural fairness in that way, given the context of the issues which the inquest is examining. And so I don't know that it's, again, at least in my experience, also as unorthodox as you might suggest.
Well, the topic hasn't been raised with the doctor before he's come along here today. And I appreciate what you say in the sense that issues lists evolve. We've all seen that on numerous occasions. But if you go to the trouble in the possession of a full brief of evidence to issue a notice and then go well beyond that notice, and indeed beyond any other request to this witness to give evidence, in my respectful submission, that is procedurally unfair.
Well, look, again, as I've indicated, the purpose of the question that you've objected to has been explained by counsel Sisting, and I suppose also by me in terms of my interpretation and understanding of it. I don't know that it crosses the territory that you're now referring to. So on the basis of the present question, I allow it.
Your Honour, please.
Go on, Ms. Martha.
I'll just refresh my memory as to what the question was. Do you have a recollection? Dr. Kakata, I was asking you in relation to the family members, the son's memory is that no such conversation took place, that he was never contacted requesting anything in relation to when his mother got sick. What's your memory, if any, in relation to a record which indicates that it was your intention to give Margaret Brocklehurst's son a call?
I don't have any particular memory about this patient, but usually if somebody need to be talked, Dr. Sharma will be the one talking to the patient and relatives. But if somebody is at site, I may talk to them.
And in terms of your memory that sometimes or often Dr. Sharma would make those calls to family,
Yeah.
Was it your practice to record that task in effect had been handed over to somebody else?
I don't usually record it because when I call Dr. Sharma, usually she will record. And it was a busy time, so.
Yes, I understand that, Dr. Kakat. I'd like to ask you a few quick questions in relation to Keith Smith, Volume 6, Tab 12. Doctor, could you familiarise yourself with the 6 pages of the progress notes from Nepean Hospital? Firstly, page 6, Dr. Kakap.
Yep.
Do you read that as Hayley Carpen
Yep.
having conducted a face-to-face consultation or obtaining vital signs from...
Yeah, Haley Carpen, aged care nurse practitioner, Mr. Kate Smith, 82-year-old man in Newmarch House, COVID-19 positive, under the care of HIT. Observations today, 151.67, pulse rate is 69, temperature 36.6, anticipatory end-of-life care medication ordered.
Firstly, you agree with me, do Dr. Kakat, that it doesn't appear that you've made any entries in these notes?
No.
And can I ask you, is there any note in particular here from the Nepean progress notes that would have you find that a subsequent face-to-face consultation or video conference occurred after the 17th of April between a member of your team, the VAX team, and Keith Smith?
There's one note on 22nd. Progress notes taken from the nursing home notes with the VAX team in attendance. Symptoms, stage, patients okay. And vital signs.
And did you read that as an in-person consultation or observations taken from notes?
It says taken from nursing home notes with VAX in attendance.
With, sorry?
With VAX in attendance.
I'll take you to that 22nd of April. If you can go to tab 8 in the progress notes.
Tab 8.
Do you have tab 8 in front of you, Doctor?
Let's have a look.
And page 125. Perhaps on the screen, tab 125, the bottom entry dated the 22nd of April, Hayley Carpen's name, third entry from the bottom.
Yeah.
Do you have that on the page, Doctor?
Yep.
And do you see it records there, Hayley Carpen, aged care nurse practitioner, Facts, Mr. Smith, 82-year-old man with a new diagnosis of COVID-19 under the care of hospital in the home, unable to contact facility today, remote review of the notes. It goes on to then outline what that review was.
We're talking about 23rd.
Remote review of the notes. Yep, it is a remote review.
Yes, if you go to the top of the page, for the 22nd of April, see Hayley Carpen's name at 12:07 p.m.
Hayley Carpen, aged care nurse practitioner, WACS Advanced Care Plan, Dr. Natalie Fox, has had a discussion with Trevi Ray's Kate daughter. Tracy said she had completed the AC8. Yeah.
Does that indicate to you any clarity with respect to whether there was an face-to-face or video conference consultation with Pete Smith?
It is not mentioned anything about face-to-face or video consult.
Thank you, Doctor. If we could go to Leonie Corrigan, Volume 7, Tab 13. Sorry, Doctor, noting the time, I won't take you through the notes of Leonie Corrigan. I do wish to take you to the notes of Shirley Yates, Volume 9, Tab 11. Doctor, do you have any memory of Shirley Yates?
I don't have. I'm not remembering.
Is it fair to say you don't have any memory of any of the residents and you're reliant on the notes?
Yes, I am relying on the notes.
Can I take you, Doctor, firstly to the entry of the 17th, working backwards, page 45, so 41, page 41.
Yep.
Do you have any memory at all of seeing this patient on the 17th of April when you were there?
Don't remember.
I'm not sure if you replied and I missed it. Do you have any memory?
No, I don't remember.
I'd ask you to assume on the 18th and the 19th of April, there's an indication in these records that contact couldn't be made with Newmarch. Do you see the entry on the 20th of April? Underneath the entry of the 17th?
17th.
Yes, underneath you'll see the entry of the 20th. Dr. Kakat, again, does that indicate to you, as a member of the team, would you read that note as there having been a face-to-face consultation on the 20th of April or only an access to notes?
It says Hayley access the nursing home notes and oxygen saturation is 93% as team aware.
And were you Were there discussions in the VAX team that remote access to notes and obtaining observations in that manner was a way forward in terms of dealing with the number of residents you had who were COVID positive?
Not in the morning meeting. 8:30 meeting, there will not be access in the notes.
In terms of triaging, who would be seen? Was there any discussion about whether or not access to the Newmarch House clinical
No, that
records
time
would
we will
then
not access
assist?
the Newmarch House notes.
I'm sorry, I cut across.
That time we will not access the Newmarch House notes because it is an 8:30 meeting. But after that, there will be telehealth meeting. That time we will access the notes.
And you say a telehealth meeting in the presence of the resident patient?
Yeah.
Assuming the telehealth meetings didn't start until the 24th of April.
Maybe, yeah.
If I'm correct about that, what was the triaging process prior to the 24th of April at the morning meetings in terms of who should be seen and in what order?
That time, most of the days we will go there and ask the nursing staff which patient need to be seen, and we will see them.
Noting the time, Dr. Kakap, my review of these progress notes is that there's nothing in the notes between the 18th of April and the 25th of April in relation to a face-to-face consult. However, in the Newmarch House progress notes, it appears that you have reviewed the patient, and I'll take you to that and ask you if you can recall your thinking in relation to the treatment. So turning to tab 7.
Yeah.
And the entry, page 43.
Yeah.
Do you have page 43, Doctor?
Yeah.
Do you have an entry made by you on the 23rd of April at 1:09 p.m? You could just read the so chronologically, Doctor, if you could actually go down a step to the 22nd of April at 6:43 p.m, the handover of information, and then read up to your own entry the following day at 1:09 p.m.
Yeah.
You've got there that upon your own review, firstly, that you had information from the daughter that there had been a fall, correct?
Yeah.
And then upon your own review of Miss Yates, you determined that there was pain in the left breast.
Where is that entry? Pain. Where is that entry?
Your own entry. Do you see where it has Dr. Mohammed Fazaka cut? Shirley is not having appetite. In that paragraph, complained of pain in left breast.
It's not in. Yep.
Do you recall examining this patient at all? Doing a physical examination of her?
Usually I will do. If the patient is seen by me, I will do the examination.
Kay Yates, Miss Shirley Yates' daughter, does not have a memory, states that she was present while you were there with her mother, but she has no memory at all of you examining her mother or asking questions, say, for prescribing Maxilon. Does that refresh your memory at all as to what occurred with this patient and in the presence of her daughter?
I don't have a memory, but if I see the patient, then I have to examine the patient, right?
And can you indicate to us, Dr. Kirkhat, did you have any thoughts to perhaps transfer Miss Yates to hospital?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Can I clarify with my friend which entry she's looking at? Because I think the one she's reading, depending on which bit of the block you read, looks to like it lines up with registered nurse Caldwell who turned up the other day.
You're more familiar with these records than I am. How do you read, if you look at the entire line, there's an entry by Miss Caldwell at 7:55 a.m. on the 23rd. Above that, there's an entry at 1:09 p.m. And then it records Dr. Mohammed Faisal Kakat Shirley is not having appetite. Do you read that entire paragraph as your entry? Or do you say a portion of that paragraph is some other clinician's entry?
Entry by whom? Is Dr. Notes. If my name was there, that is my entry.
Let's see where the issue may be. 3 lines above, it has Shirley in wheelchair and denies pain, observations as chartered, but that's in line with a registered nurse, Emma Cardwell, above. Are you able to decipher in that full paragraph what is your entry and what is some other person's entry? And is this how it looks when you go into the system at Newmarch?
I think up to the tea with milk, no sugar, update the family. That may be my notes. And Shirley reviewed in the room, had mobilized to wheelchair, complained to pain in left breast, on regular paracetamol, will review post-administration. That may be the nurse entry.
So sorry, just so I'm clear, which part do you believe is your entry?
Till update the family.
Sorry, I may have lost the point on the page. Only from Dr. Mohammed down to update the family.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And why do you, is there a particular reason why you think that's your entry and only your entry?
Because Shirley reviewed in the room, had mobilized to wheelchair. That is not my usual writing.
But in terms, do you, so you don't believe that you were present with any family member?
I don't remember.
Are you able to say, there's no break in the next sentence between Shirley reviewed in room and then had mobilised to wheelchair, complained of pain in left breast?
Yeah, there is no break, but we don't know about that. It is the next sentence starting.
Turning over to the page before, page 42, what we know occurred the following day is that a registered agency nurse records at 25 April at 5:25 p.m.
Yep.
that there's a discussion with the doctor and a video call involving Shirley. There's a plan in place. She's desaturating, reduced oral intake, and has chest wall pain. Firstly, do you have any memory? It's then over on the right, it records that that's the GP advised that she would be sent to hospital. Do you know whether or not you were involved in that video call? Do you have any memory at all in relation to the transfer of this patient to hospital the following day?
I don't have any memory.
Are you able to assist at all in your thinking on the 23rd of April in not having her transferred to hospital in the context of a fall and a complaint of pain?
I have to check the notes because
there are no notes in the Nepean hospital records to assist.
So the patient had a fall, right?
Yes.
And after that, she was complaining of pain. Where is the pain?
Well, in the clinical record, as we've just looked at, there's a complaint of pain in the left breast.
Right. Pain in the left breast alone is not an indication to taken to hospital, right? But if there is any loss of consciousness or decreased level of consciousness or any vomiting started after the fall, then we need to take to hospital.
Doctor, did you feel, was there any sense of being discouraged for referring patients, COVID positive patients, to hospital?
Not discouraged, but they should contact us before sending to hospital.
And when they did contact you, in terms of the approach that you personally took, did you feel that there should, did you feel in yourself there was any reason to not escalate care to a hospital admission in the context of a COVID positive patient? Or was it your approach that if it was clinically indicated, you would refer?
If it is clinically indicated, we will shift to the patient to hospital.
Doctor, I'd like to now bring you to Blanche Billinghurst, and in relation to a conversation that occurred between yourself and Glenn Billinghurst. I think you've had an opportunity, so firstly going to volume 11, tab 14. Dr. Kakad, am I right that you've looked at these records recently in the context of providing the coroner with a supplementary statement?
Yep.
And I think in your supplementary statement, you tell us that you don't have any independent recollection of the phone call had with Miss Billinghurst's son. You're relying on the clinical records and the extent to which that refreshes your memory. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you have a copy of your supplementary statement in front of you or with you?
It is in my files.
Perhaps if Dr. Kakad could be given a copy, Exhibit 3. Paragraph 15. Do you have the statement in front of you, Dr. Kakad, which is dated the 25th of July 2022? Is that the statement you have? Just look at the front page and at the top. Oh. think there's a number of statements there, Doctor. One of them bears your name.
Okay.
It states in bold at the top, statement of Mohammed Fazil Kakat.
Yep.
You have that, paragraph 15.
Yep.
Now, you say there that the phone number used that Mr. Billinghurst recalls is a phone number attached to VAX, and you believe it's you who made that call, correct? Yeah. At 3:12 a.m. in the morning, did you access the clinical records of Blanche Billinghurst?
I don't remember exactly, but I may have, because I have a short file of the patients with me. So in that, all the details are there.
And what do you mean by short file? As in a handwritten or a hard copy, or?
No, from the hospital copy, from the hospital records. I keep the printout and keep it as a file.
From the progress notes that we've been going to in your evidence? Yeah. So you keep a hard copy of that with you at all times, do you?
Yeah.
So do you recall why it is or who called you which instigated your call to Blanche Billinghurst's son at 3:12 a.m. in the morning?
I don't remember, but it was from the notes I can read that it was the nurse gave me the number.
The nurse gave you the number, but do you recall if it was the nurse calling you or some other person calling you in relation to, and why? Do you recall?
That I don't remember.
Would it be the usual course that you would have been asleep at about 3 a.m. in the morning?
Yeah.
But is it common or uncommon to be woken with a phone call from Newmarch in relation to
that period? It was common.
Common. So in terms of, you say in your statement that you don't have a recollection of the phone call, but I would not have cancelled the ambulance before speaking with him.
Yeah.
Why are you certain of that?
I'm certain about that.
Why are you certain of that?
Because usually if the patient moved, then we are the Mrs. Blanche Billinghurst's son. He want to transfer the patient to hospital. Then we are cancelling the transport. So of course I need to talk to the next of kin.
This was a situation, you may recall, where the ambulance had been called for the transfer.
Yeah.
And Glenn Billinghurst's memory is that when he received the call from you, or somebody who he now knows to be you, that you had told him that the ambulance had been cancelled because a hospital would not provide any extra care than she is now receiving.
No, I will not say like that. Hospital will not provide. I will say hospital cannot add anything other than the current treatment.
Other than?
The current treatment.
Right.
She's getting.
But in terms of the ambulance being cancelled, your memory is?
I remember, I think this was the only occasion the ambulance was waiting there.
The only occasion?
The ambulance was waiting, and the ambulance also called me.
The ambulance also called you?
Yeah. Usually the procedure is, if any call, the Newmarch house getting any call, and the ambulance team will call me. Right.
In your statement, you don't recall that the ambulance may also have called you. That's correct, isn't it? The statement you gave last week?
The ambulance may call because that was the normal procedure that time. Any ambulance coming to Newmarch house need to contact me, even if they are taking patient or not taking. And then I will call the emergency hub. Emergency department, I think 2-3 people, there is a hub. Then I will tell them this patient need to come in. So this patient is coming. So they will make the arrangement of the COVID patient. Otherwise the COVID infection will spread.
So in this case, if you believe that the ambulance may have called you,
yeah,
to say they were collecting Miss Billinghurst,
they will not.
Why didn't you?
I don't think they said they were collecting. They got the call from Newmarch house.
Yes.
That's what they said.
Well, just tell us what your memory is in relation to this phone call with the ambulance, because it's correct, isn't it, that in your statement from that you provided last week, the 25th of July, you don't make any mention of a phone call with an ambulance officer, correct?
I didn't mention that, I'm not sure, but that was the usual protocol that time, usual procedure that time.
So could you just talk us through what the usual procedure was between yourself and is it an ambulance service or the ambulance driver or?
Ambulance service, I can say, driver or maybe some other person will call me and inform me. So I will inform I will talk to the nursing home first about the patient details. Then I will get the details, and if it is appropriate, I will talk to the ED hub, and then the patient will be transferred.
And in terms of whether it's appropriate, am I correct in saying that one of the factors which makes it appropriate or not appropriate is what the advanced care plan or directive of the patient is?
It can make an easy decision.
An easy decision. What do you mean by that?
Like it will direct us to make a decision. Put it in this way. Like if a patient without advanced care directives, what we will do if the case is not reversible, right? Then we have to think a lot, and we need to make sure that this patient is not going to survive or going to survive.
So not going to
survive the condition.
Survive.
Yeah. So if a patient comes with an advanced care plan that you don't want to be resuscitated and let it go. So if we are sure that the condition is irreversible, we can decide this patient need to be comfort measures only.
Do you have any memory of having Blanche Billinghurst's advanced care plan directive with you when you made the phone call at 3:12 a.m?
I don't have any memory, but I can see the plan in the notes.
In the Nepean hospital notes?
Yeah.
Well, I'd ask you to assume that Blanche Billinghurst had an advanced care plan which states that I do want to be transferred if medically indicated.
Yeah.
Did you have any memory as to whether you knew that at the time you made the phone call?
I think I knew that.
Right. So in your discussion with the ambulance service, did that influence what your discussion was with the ambulance service?
What influence?
The fact that you may have known that Blanche Billinghurst had an advanced care plan which stated, I do want to be transferred if medically indicated.
Yeah. If medically indicated.
Yes.
So if the patient is not medically indicated, what we will do?
Yes, but Doctor, you didn't have an opportunity to review Blanche Billinghurst, did you?
I don't remember.
Or do you have any memory of going into Newmarch House when you received the phone call from the ambulance service indicating that she was for transfer?
3:45, I didn't go.
No. So you didn't have an opportunity before you, after that conversation with the ambulance service and before ringing her son, you didn't have an opportunity to review Blanche Billinghurst, did you?
No.
So in terms of...
the premise of the last question, because there's some evidence in cross-examination that the order may be that the ambulance was cancelled either before or after the conversation with Mr. Billinghurst.
Sorry, what was the objection?
I understood you were putting the chronology as cancellation, then conversation with Mr. Billinghurst, and that doesn't necessarily reflect the evidence.
No, I haven't put a chronology in that. We're learning for the first time that there may have been a conversation with the ambulance service, and my questions are at this stage just exploring that evidence in relation to the conversation with the ambulance service and knowledge of an ACP and how that may have directed that conversation.
Yes. Mr. Fordham?
I just don't understand how you cancel the ambulance unless you have some conversation with them. I'm just perplexed, that's all. Is it suggested that by this line of questioning that the ambulance was cancelled before or after the conversation with Mr. Billinghurst? Because there's contradictory evidence on that point.
And that question has been put and it's been answered, and Dr. Kakat has given a response that his belief is it was cancelled after.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Dr. Kakat, in terms of the conversation with the ambulance service, do you say that took place before you spoke with Miss Billinghurst's son or after?
I don't remember, but it will be after the after talking to Blanche Billinghurst's son.
But turning back to what your memory is in relation to the conversation with Blanche Billinghurst's son, at paragraph 15, subparagraph B, do you have that in front of you?
Yep.
You say in that conversation with her son, I would have explained about the nature of COVID-19, including the mode of spread. Could you just indicate why is it that you would have a discussion with Glenn Billinghurst about the mode of the spread of COVID-19?
That is quite normal.
Even in circumstances...
Explained about the disease, right?
Even in circumstances where his mother had COVID,
yeah,
and the spread of it was largely irrelevant to her because she was COVID positive.
No, it is irrelevant to maybe to her, but it is relevant to everybody, to the public. So we have to inform the relative about the nature of the disease, about the progression of the disease, about the severity of the disease. That's a normal thing. What is wrong in that?
And in terms of how vigorous and severe the infection was at the time, what's that in reference to? In relation to her specifically or generally what was known about COVID?
It is about specifically for her. I mentioned before, each and every patient should be taken as individual cases, not a blanket. It should be individual.
Yes. So do you recall the exact words in relation to the vigorous and severe nature of the infection as it related to Miss Billinghurst?
Yep.
And what was the vigorous and severe nature?
So it is a severe infection, right? And it is progressing suddenly.
And do you believe that's what you would have relayed?
Yeah.
And in terms of the comorbidities for older persons, can you indicate what your discussion, did you say that in the general terms again in relation to your conversation with Glenn Billinghurst or in specific terms?
It is not general. it is specific to the patient.
And with respect to available treatment at the time, do you know what you said to Glenn Billinghurst in the context of his mother's position?
During that time, is there any treatment? I mentioned that many times before. There was no treatment for the COVID per se. There was only supportive measures. There is no antivirals. There is no effective antivirals. There is no vaccination. And the only thing what we can do for fever, give paracetamol, or if dehydration, give some fluids, or if low saturation, give some oxygen. Comfort measures, that's it.
Do you agree with or disagree with Glenn Billinghurst's memory that you said to him that firstly that the ambulance had been cancelled? I think you've already said you disagree with that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Secondly, that the reason it had been cancelled is because a hospital would not provide any extra care than she is receiving now. Do you agree or disagree?
Not exactly like that.
Was it your view that a hospital would not provide any extra care as compared to what she was receiving at Newmarch House?
At the moment, she may not get any extra thing other than the treatment given here, any extra treatment.
So that was consistent with your view?
Yeah.
And in terms of, and that she was better off in the comfort of her own bed? Is that a belief that you held, or do you agree or disagree with saying that to Glenn Billinghurst?
I don't exactly remember, but maybe right.
And in terms of, do you recall Glenn Billinghurst asking you if she could be placed on a ventilator?
He may have asked, I'm not sure.
And his memory is that you said that if she was placed on a ventilator, she would have zero chance of survival.
Not zero chance for survival, about to zero.
About to zero. And is that a belief that you held at the time? That that Blanche Billinghurst had about zero chance of survival if she was placed on a ventilator?
No, about to zero.
About
to zero.
About zero.
Because we are comparing with the other patients with this comorbidities. So then we can appropriately know this is the chance.
What do you say, Dr. Kakat, to Glenn Billinghurst's evidence, which you may not know, but he gave evidence last week, and he said that firstly he felt that he relented to the decision not to transfer his mother to hospital as a result of the conversation with you.
What is that?
Objection.
That he relented.
Can't give evidence about what Mr. Billinghurst was thinking.
I'll rephrase that. I accept that objection. What do you say to this, Dr. Kakat? Do you say that there was anything in your conversation with Glenn Billinghurst that was coercive?
I don't think, because we are talking about the facts, and we are not forcing anybody to do this, do that. But what is the aim of that question? We are not forcefully make somebody to do this thing. We are just explaining the facts. These are the things happening. And final decision is a medical decision. Right?
So when you say the final decision is a medical decision, what do you mean?
The final decision means a patient need to be intubated or not. It's a medical decision. Right.
Do you believe that a patient, whether or not their chances of survival are zero or near zero, that a patient has the ability, or a patient's family member is permitted to ask for that ventilation, even if the
Even if they
chances
are
of
asking,
survival are zero?
even if they are asking, the team is the one deciding.
So you say even if a family member requests that there is a transfer to a hospital for ventilation, your evidence is that ultimately whether or not the patient is transferred, ultimately that decision is to be made by the treating team and not the family.
Yeah.
And do you say that that is your own view or a view that has been discussed and shared by all members of the VAX team?
I don't know about the VAX team, but I'm in this profession for how many years? Maybe more than 20. 93 I started. From that time, I got the experience and I got the teachings and I got the updates. So all of them are same.
And do you say that's a shared view then in all the areas where you have practice?
Yeah, I have practiced in 4 different countries, but everywhere it is same.
But just focusing your mind on your practice here in Australia, and I
Yep.
think it's been in New South Wales,
Yeah,
you say that the general view is that the ultimate decision as to transfer to hospital for ventilation is a medical team decision and not a family member's decision on behalf of the patient.
ultimate decision is medical team decision.
I'm noting the time, Doctor. I'm going to go to the evidence of Anne Fay. Again, it's in relation to a conversation
Yeah,
with a family member. Firstly, from your supplementary statement, I think you've had a look at the clinical records of Anne Fay before you prepared your supplementary statement.
Yep.
And it's correct to say again that you don't have an independent memory of any conversation with a member of Anne Fay's family. Is that correct?
Yep.
You are relying on the notes.
yeah,
In terms of, you're aware, aren't you, that Mark Fay, Anne Fay's son, has a memory of a phone call with you? Do you recall that having a phone call?
I don't recall that.
Mark Fay's memory is that you informed him that the mortality rate was 60% and that well, firstly, do you recall saying that?
I don't recall, but that time it was not 60%. It was about 50%.
And how is it that you have an express memory that at the time of that phone call, the mortality rate, sorry, if I could just finish, the mortality rate on the 30th of April 2020 was 50% and not 60%?
Yeah. There was no literature at that time.
There was?
No literature published.
What do you mean?
About the mortality rates.
Or do you mean that there was no literature that you read, or do you say that there was no literature at all?
I think there was no literature published that time of the COVID patient with comorbidities, mortality rate.
Right, so why did you hold it?
We depends on the daily patients acquired COVID.
Daily patients?
Acquired COVID and age category wise, the patients all over the world, mainly Italy and Brazil are the more common that time. And in some of the sites, there was a patient's mortality with this much diseases or other comorbidities. I've shown that it was So when we go through that, it was around 50%.
So a 50% chance that that a patient of this profile, namely this age and comorbidities, may die.
Yeah.
Which means there's a 50% chance of survival.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
And Mark Fay's memory is that you informed him that his mother would be more comfortable where she was, namely at Newmarch House. Do you agree or disagree?
I don't remember exactly.
You say in your statement at paragraph 26, subparagraph C, that you would not recommend a transfer for such a person as Anne Fay being transferred to hospital only on the basis of a COVID infection progressing.
Yeah.
Why is that?
If we send a patient to hospital, we can offer something. We have to offer something other than the current treatment. If we can, then we will offer the hospital.
And you say that the hospital had nothing additional to offer, save for
at that
ventilation?
stage. Pardon?
You say that the hospital had nothing additional to offer, save for ventilation?
Ventilation we can offer in the hospital.
Isn't it the case, Dr. Kakat, that the hospital could also offer, and something that wasn't being offered to Anne Fay, intravenous fluids?
Intravenous fluid we can offer at Newmarch House.
But it's correct to say, isn't it, that, well, do you agree there's no record at all indicating that for any patient that you saw, that they were ordered, that there was any order or any administration of intravenous fluids?
I don't remember exactly, but I think there was patient with a subcutaneous fluid.
Save, you're making reference to a single patient, Alice Bacon.
Maybe.
Do you have a memory of any other patient who was being offered the supportive care of intravenous or subcutaneous fluids?
I don't have any specific memory, but I think I supplied 3 or 4 bags fluid additionally.
But you haven't do you have a memory of recording that anyway?
I don't have any memory. No.
Is that something that you would record if it had occurred?
Because I'm not the only one to prescribe the fluids. Right?
No, but they are administered as a result of a prescription, aren't they?
The charting.
The charting.
Yeah.
So if it's administered, we'd find it in the medication charts.
Yes.
But coming back to the conversation with Mark Fay, and in terms of what else the hospital could offer, did you have any discussion with him about the frequency of observations that could occur in a hospital as compared to Newmarch House? Or did you have any belief that there was a distinction between the frequency of observations?
Two questions.
It depends on...
It's 2 questions that would need to be split.
Right, Ms. Butler.
Dr. Kakat, did you have any conversation with Mark Fay in relation to the frequency of observations in a hospital?
I don't think I have any.
Did you have any thought process at that time or at any time with respect to the existence of any distinction between the frequency of observations that occur in a hospital as compared to what you were observing as occurring at Newmarch House during the outbreak?
Existence of... We can say if we order for some close observation, then they have the capacity, I think, Newmarch House.
But do you say you ever made an express order or direction with respect to observations?
No, as usual.
As usual?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Means 4 times a day.
4 times a day?
Yeah.
And did you express that verbally to each staff, new roster of staff?
I'm not remembering exactly because we will not say to each shift, each staff. I think we will say one time and they will pass it on the handover.
In terms of going back to Mark Fay's memory of the conversation with you, he states that he indicated to you that she had had a fall. Do you recall that?
I don't recall, but I can understand from the notes.
And that your response was that you would follow that up through a review, that you would follow this up.
Yeah.
Do you recall also saying that might be enough to get mum to hospital?
I don't recall, but I may have said that.
In terms of may have said that it might be enough to get mum to hospital, did you hold a belief that for a COVID positive patient to be admitted at Nepean Hospital, there needed to be something in addition to their COVID status or their presentation that was needed before you could have them admitted?
No. If any patients with less comorbidity, sudden deterioration, then they need hospitalization. We will consider for the hospitalization. But if any patients with much comorbidities and if we think that less chance of coming out from COVID, then we may need to keep them comfortable. Right.
Was there some type of, were you operating under a directive to avoid hospitalisation of patients wherever possible who were elderly with comorbidities?
At that time, there was no directives, but only discussions were there.
And do you say that that discussion was there, namely to avoid hospitalisation of elderly patients with comorbidities?
Comorbidities means with what type of comorbidities. And as I told you before, each patients are individuals. So individually taken the history and individual examination.
Well, is there a particular comorbidity of Anne Fay which would have resulted in you making a decision or informing the family that she was to avoid hospitalisation or she was not for hospitalisation?
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Anne Fay is a lady with vascular comorbidities and dementia.
And?
Dementia.
Yes.
Is that right? And hypertension.
Yes, I'm just pulling up her records. I think you had them in front of you, the Nepean records, and you'll see as her comorbidities, vascular dementia, dizziness, hypertension, pulmonary embolism, visual impairment, falls, total hip replacement, hypertension.
Yeah.
Do you say that that profile there fell under the discussions that were being had, namely to avoid hospitalisation of a patient of her age and with her comorbidities?
Yeah, with COVID.
That's put as a general proposition rather than a specific discussion in circumstances where the doctor's given evidence that every patient is individual.
Except he'd already given that evidence earlier on. I'm just repeating back to him the evidence he offered up in terms of generalisations.
Yes. Go on, Ms. Matwa.
And this is not only my decision. And after that, I informed Dr. Sharma, and morning, I think Dr. Sharma reviewed the patient by telehealth. And I think Dr. Jayanti Kadreshan was also involved. And nobody changed my decision. If this patient is for hospital transfer at that time, they will tell me, or they will call the nursing home and transfer the patient to hospital.
Dr. Kakat, turning to Mark Fay's memory, further to his memory of the conversation, he recalled that you informed him that his mother was not for resuscitation and that she had a not for resuscitation plan in place. Do you firstly agree that you said to him that his mother was not for resuscitation?
I don't remember that. If any patient is not for resuscitation, I need to see the documents. Otherwise, I can't. How can I say that this patient is not for resuscitation?
Correct. So coming back to that, in terms of documentation, did you have at home access to the advanced care plans of the residents at Newmarch House?
If they have advanced care plan, as I told you before, there is a small file I am keeping with a short description of the disease and the patient, because I'm on call and at night somebody may deteriorate or somebody may crash or somebody may call me. So I have to answer the question. So I was keeping the details in a short file. So in that, there will be written advanced care directives in place or something like that.
Well, I'd ask you to assume that for Anne Fay, the advanced care plan, which in fact was completed with your assistance, had, I do want to be transferred to hospital if medically indicated. That was dated the 20th of November 2018. Yeah. And you wrote a handwritten note attached to that stating, needs medical review and consult if deteriorates.
Yeah.
So if you had that with you, would you have said to Mark Fay that his mother was not for resuscitation?
I'm not sure whether I said that or not.
It's a case, Miss Fay did also have a resuscitation in plan dating back to November 2017, which are you familiar with the forms?
Yeah, it is in the new Nepean notes.
And is it the case that these forms are often only in operation for the period of admission, in hospital?
That was in 2017.
Yes.
And what is in 2018?
There was no not for resuscitation plan in place in 2018 or 19 or 2020.
I think there is I'm not sure whether it is this patient or not. There is two advanced care directives.
So I'll bring up Anne Fay tab 7. And Doctor, this may refresh your memory as to what was in existence, and then you can may refresh your memory as to what you had in your possession at the time of the phone call.
What is the date, this one? 2018, yeah. This is 2018.
18. So the not for resuscitation plan does not have any effect 2 years after the event, does it?
Pardon?
It doesn't have any force. It has no force 2 years after the event, does it?
No.
It's only
unless there is any new advanced care plan.
Yes, but the advanced care plan is made after the not for resuscitation plan, correct?
Yeah.
Do you agree with that? Take your time, have a look. Perhaps if Dr. Kakat can be given the hard copy so he can look through.
You see,
you do.
You see, this is the first one you're showing.
It's what, sorry?
This is the first one that is in hospital.
Yes.
And the second one is in her home or Newmarch house.
Yes. And
So,
the second one, are you referring to the advanced care plan?
yeah.
And the advanced care plan, if you go to page 2, ticks the box, I do want
Yeah.
cardiopulmonary resuscitation, I do want artificial nutrition, I do want use of antibiotics, and I do want hospital transfer.
Yeah.
So in terms of Mark Fay's memory that you said to him that his mother was not for resuscitation.
No, I didn't say that.
You say now that you did not say that.
No, I said that I may not say that.
And can you tell us now whether you had these documents here, the advanced care plan, with you when you made the phone call?
The advanced care plan like this, not there, but I was noticed advanced care plan.
And Doctor, you've made reference to a hard copy of notes that you had in your home. Do you still have a hard copy of notes for each of the patients?
I still don't have, no.
Right. So you had it at the time of the outbreak, but you no longer have it. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Doctor, I note the time. I don't wish to ask you any more specific questions in relation to patients. What I would like to ask you is if you could be shown volume 26, tab 11. Have you ever seen that document before?
Right. I have seen that.
You have seen that?
Yeah.
And do you recall ever seeing this document at Newmarch House?
No, I don't know.
When do you believe you've seen this document?
When I cannot say that.
You believe?
Somewhere I saw this.
And do you know whether, along with having seen this document, this flowchart before, you also had a discussion with any person in relation to how it was to operate?
I didn't had any discussion because I'm reporting to Dr. Sharma.
Yes.
Right? And if anything urgent, I can contact Dr. Brandley regarding infectious disease or any other problems.
Could you turn to page 3 of that flowchart?
Yep.
And you see in bold, in a box, it states, if deemed appropriate, patient to be brought to ED via ambulance.
Yeah.
In your mind, what factors deemed it appropriate to have that referral to ED?
Right. If any patient get a severe infection.
A severe infection?
Bacterial infection.
Bacterial infection?
And if we are not sure about the antibiotics and the HIT team not contactable, then this patient will be taken to emergency. Or if any patient get acute MI.
Gets?
Acute myocardial infarction.
Yes.
So that time we have to take the patient to emergency. Or if any patient had a fall and show signs of cerebral hematoma or any concussion, that time we need to send the patient to emergency. Or if any patient had a fall and there is no signs, but she's on blood thinners, and that type of patients, not urgent, but need to come to emergency, within 24 to 48 hours, we can observe them there.
Were there any other factors in your mind that deemed a admission to an ED appropriate in the context of the COVID positive patients?
If any patients like acute respiratory failure, if not expected one, right? Unexpected acute respiratory failure.
And doctor, what if their advanced care plan had the box ticked for transfer? I want a transfer. Did you deem that an appropriate indicia for the referral for admission to the ED at Nepean?
So can my friend put the full quote, please?
I can. I read to you a moment ago, Dr. Anne Fay's advanced care plan. Do you recall?
Yeah.
And Anne Fay's advanced care plan reads, I do want to be transferred to hospital if medically indicated.
Yeah, if medically indicated.
So do you say that a resident at Newmarch ticking that box, you would then bring an analysis as to whether or not, well, what was or was not medically indicated for that transfer?
If medically indicated, anybody need to transfer to hospital, they will be transferred. There's no doubt in that.
It's not?
There is no doubt in that. If medically indicated, they will be transferred to hospital. What is the confusion here?
Doctor, do you see that a resident who might have fluctuating saturation levels, which generally fall below 90%, even when they're being administered oxygen, do you see that as a medically indicated basis for a transfer?
There is a history of COVID positive, right? And if we expect some fluctuation, then we don't need to transfer unless there is something we can offer in the hospital, right? Here, what we can offer in the hospital is ventilation.
It's correct, isn't it, that Newmarch House could not offer high flow oxygen through nasal prongs?
High flow oxygen, no.
And doctor, in terms of what is or is not medically indicated, if saturation levels do not come within a normal range as a result of whatever oxygen assistance is being given, do you see that as a basis for transfer?
What is the question?
If oxygen saturation levels are fluctuating and don't go above 90%, despite oxygen therapy being given, do you see that as a basis or an indication for a transfer which is medically indicated?
If the patient have no history of respiratory failure or any respiratory illness, then we may consider for a high, at this stage, maybe high flow oxygen we can try.
Yes, so that would be a basis for transfer.
It is not entirely the basis of transfer.
It is not?
Entirely the basis.
What does that mean?
That means how she performed. Performance means how is her activities of daily living and other comorbidities.
If you just bear with me a moment, Dr. Kakar. And Dr. Kakar, do you have a memory of making a recommendation for a transfer for any of the residents?
I think this patient, I made a recommendation for transfer.
In relation to Anne Fay?
Yeah.
And that was On the 2nd of May, correct?
Yeah.
And that was some 2 days after the conversation with her son.
Yeah.
And were you aware that the family had gone to the media the night before the transfer?
No, I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that? And did you have a conversation with Dr. Sharma prior to transferring Anne Faye?
Prior to transfer of Anne Faye, as I told you before, I will discuss every day, not only the prior to transfer. I'm discussing about the patients every day.
And in terms of Anne Faye's, what was it in your mind? What was the
Anne
reason
Faye's
the
transfer
medical...
was, Anne Faye's, she had F4.
Yes.
She had F4. She was on anticoagulant. So I made a planned admission to nursing home, to hospital for a CT brain. And by that time, the admission was that occurred on like today, and she was deteriorated on the same day.
So just so I understand, a planned admission, you became aware of the fall at or about the 30th of April?
Yeah. And she was on neuro-obs.
And she...
Neuro-obs, neurological observations.
Yes.
Yeah, she was on.
Do you say she was on neurological observation?
Yeah.
And in terms of the planned admission, do you say that you
Planned admission for
instigated...
CT brain.
Do you say you instigated that admission on the 30th of April when you became aware of the fall, or on the 2nd of May when she in fact was
not 2nd
transferred?
of the May. 30th, I think I requested for the CT brain.
And that you requested, would that be a written request?
Yeah.
And would you keep a record of that written request in the notes?
No, I will give it to radiology.
What does that mean? Is it a handwritten request?
Handwritten request.
And what, you handed that over at Nepean Hospital at some stage, is that what you say?
Yeah.
And do you say you handed that over on the day of her transfer, the 2nd of May, or on some other day?
I'm not sure whether it is the same day or the next day.
Thank you, Dr. Kakat. They were my only questions.
Thank you. Dr. Kakat, I'm just going to check with the other lawyers whether they have any questions for you. Ms. Lewis, just noting the time, just seeking indication at this stage whether you have any questions.
No questions, Your Honour.
All right, thank you. Mr. Palfrey, do you have any questions for Dr. Kakat?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms. Furness, any questions?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Fordham, any questions?
I think I go last with this.
Oh, sorry, of course, yes, sorry. Ms. Richardson?
No, Your Honour.
In that case, no, Your Honour.
Very well, thank you. Well, Dr. Kakat, that completes your evidence. Thank you very much for attending today and also on Friday. You will now excuse me, I'll leave the witness box. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Your Honour, we're just having a discussion in relation to witnesses tomorrow, if you'll...
I say yes.
Your Honour, there are 4 potential witnesses for tomorrow. Things obviously have gone over time today. So we are behind schedule. Those 4 are Hayley Carpin, Dr. Sharma, Christine Giles and Melinda Burns. What's proposed is that we will communicate now with those parties, with their representatives, and find out what their availability is, and there might have to be some slight adjustments, but it's likely to be 3 out of those 4 tomorrow.
Certainly, thank you.
We've got our 2.
Excuse me, Your Honour.
We've got our 2 lined up.
Your 2 are available. The 2 New South Wales Health witnesses are available. That's Dr. Sharma and Ms. Carpin. So we'll need to speak to Anglicare about the remaining 2 to resolve the final list, but it's likely to be then the 2 health witnesses plus one of the Anglicare witnesses would be my expectation.
Yes, thank you. All right. In that case then, I'll adjourn until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.